Good evening. It is episode 199 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. Now, before I went in, I completely forgot. I hope I turned off the recording thing. Otherwise, the Burrell will vanish at a couple of different times because it fills up the phone. So we'll see. We'll find out together. If I was able to turn it off on time, I realized at the last possible moment, I was like, did I remember to turn it off? We're going to find out. So Josh was able to get in a comment. Well, actually, no. I think actually there was a comment. I wasn't able to pull it up here. But we do have Stuke here first. Grill is covered up. Tailgate is finished. Time for the games to begin. Good evening. Good evening to you. We are on the precipice of episode 200. A legendary moment in our history. It'll be great and fantastic. No, it'll probably be like a regular episode. I haven't really put together too many clips. I will grab a couple of clips. Don't, rest assured, I've got a few, but I haven't had the time or the energy to find stuff from the last 100 episodes. Oh, look, the Man of Peace line is coming in. Y'all know it's coming, but it'll get there. So knowing Eric pays the like button is almost as satisfying as timing him out. Facts. Quit insulting the chat, booby. That's right. Good evening, Jeff. Now, first, before we proceed, before I even acknowledge AMG Collectibles, which I will, but before I do, and before I reintroduce Brad Hartland here, who will talk to us about the National, before I do, I think it's kind of important that we begin on the right foot. And I'm thinking something like... Indeed. So the thing is...
What's so funny?
The thing is, there is if any of you have seen, Brad, the Masters, Jim Nance, he talks about a tradition unlike any other. I've got a tradition unlike any other. It's not the Masters, Brad. It's a Fishboy injury. Done for the season with a second torn meniscus. As a man of peace, I would never take joy. But as a man of schadenfreude, you're damn right I will. As a man of much schadenfreude, yes, I will very much take enjoyment in this. Once again, mwah, chef's kiss, mwah. It's glorious. It's magnificent. It's wonderful. Truly is great. A wonderful day. A wonderful day, and honestly, a wonderful day for humanity. It's a great day.
It did say on my phone, it did say, recording was enabled.
Yeah, I actually tried to turn it off at the last possible second. I realized that as I hit the live,
that was
and
funny.
I actually tried
being
to
on the show today. Yeah,
yes,
in advance.
We'll try to make sure we get our Burrell as much as we can before he disappears. So unfortunately, we weren't able to. I wasn't able to stop it in time. I blame Eric. Honestly, he's too distracted. Eric tonight. So like I said, we're going to talk to Brad. We're going to talk about the National. But Eric received a package from the great state of Texas.
It's ticking.
Eric is, as you well know, a great lover of Texas. He appreciates the Texas. We're going to come to that in a moment. But before we do,
have a lot of ticks there.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Mayo delivery. Mm-hmm. We're going to get to that. And we'll do it early because I want to make sure everyone gets a chance to enjoy it. I want the Burrell to enjoy it while he's here. I want Brad to enjoy it while he's here. We want to all enjoy this moment. But I want to message the person from Texas so they have an opportunity to be here. So I'll message them shortly. But before I do, Brad, welcome back. How are you?
Good. Wonderful. Thanks. I've been... Come on, buddy, old pal. I know you missed me. I've been tuning in, traveling all over the place, listening to the show, staying abreast of all Eric's mishaps, enjoying the content, but traveling North America lately, it seems.
Yes, and you were at the National, and I had a chance, so I'll mention it now. We always talk about AMG Collectibles and the AMGcollectibles.ca and the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel, where known associate of Brad Hartland, Sherry, was on, and he was giving us the insight from the National, the most recent episode. So check that out. Check out the last two episodes, because number one, you're going to get a review of the National, which is going to be awesome. She pulled the plug on some people. Again, if you watch the episode, you get that reference. But then also, in addition to that, the previous episode, the collector of the scallops, the collector of the people, Steve, gave some wonderful tips that Sherry did not follow. So that's why we learned some more things. So back to back, both those episodes are excellent. Plus, we found out, it turns out he's a minor hockey league legend.
Ooh.
Little did we know. So you got to watch both episodes back to back, and you will get the full thing. It'll all make sense if you just follow them back to back.
He's a suitcase.
He's special. But that was some enjoyment. You can check that out. So we want to thank, as always, AMG for supporting the channel and the live stream and the podcast. So wonderful, wonderful things. So let's talk a little bit of National here. So actually, Yes, we'll talk a little bit national first because I wanted to make sure I informed the parties before Eric opens up his explosive package. It's explosive.
What?
We got a lot of wonderful things to talk about tonight. So first, all right, national. So let's talk about some of the obvious. So Brad, tell me what you liked, and then we'll get into the stuff that was already been criticized, but then you can expand on. Let's start off with what you liked. What did you see and do that you enjoyed that worked for you?
Yeah, I guess a lot of this will be kind of cliche and repetitive, but to see a lot of people that I haven't had a chance to see in a while was great. Looking at sports cards all day, every day is fantastic. Not having to see Eric there was fantastic. The usual things. I will
hold on. Listen here, jerk. Even when I see you in Canada, you don't see me. You're a mile and a half away. I come up for like 5 days to see my friend, and what do I get? What do I get? Show everybody, show the world what I get. Go ahead. Yeah, that's what I get. From halfway across the freaking expo, that's all I get for 5 days. So right there.
The problem is you're too much. You're like John Cena. He couldn't see you. What did you want?
Yeah. All I see was two little arms behind Marcel.
Yeah, that's it. That's what was going on over there. Like, what the hell, man? Like, why do you blame Brad and everyone else for your inadequacy, sir? And by the way, Brad, you haven't been privy to it, but the last couple of weeks, Eric has been sending me increasingly scandalous text messages. He even included his mother in the last set of them. It's gotten worse and worse and worse. Like, frankly, if these ever leak, he will be canceled from places he didn't even realize you could be canceled from. Like, all the cancellations, all of them. He'll be canceled from Massachusetts. He'll be canceled from Boston Bruins. Marcel will disown him. He'll be done.
No one joke about that. Hey,
disowned.
About that.
Eric, I am a subject matter expert. I have been disowned at least dozens of times by my family. Dozens. So frankly, you, my friend, are on thin ice right now. I can see Marcel's ready to push the button. Like, disownment is coming. Like, right here. It's coming.
What I do. Now, if my mother wants to disown me, okay. It may hurt for a minute, but I'll get over it. Mm-hmm. If Marcel disowns me, I don't know what I'll do with myself.
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, it's gonna get bad, man. It's gonna get bad.
Oh,
so,
Brad,
let's talk about
question about the national.
Yeah,
go ahead, please.
Did you wear comfy shoes?
Yes, I
knew it. We were gonna make a bet, but okay.
Honestly, the building there was very nice. It was big. The aisles were spacious. I didn't mind the crowd that was there. I think the only things I don't understand this, but it's from an event standpoint. Yeah, the washroom situation was terrible. That's stupid. There's no reason. You know how many people are going to attend. There's no reason for people to wait an hour, 2 hours to get to the washroom. That's just ridiculous at any venue for any event that 75,000 people are going to be there, or 80,000, or whatever that number is. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. There wasn't enough food options. I mean, the food wait was just too much, and there was nothing really close to get to. That's the typical things that I heard people talk about. Those were all true, but at the end of the day, the venue itself was great, much better than Chicago, in my opinion. It was you could walk around, you could get through the aisles, you could get to the tables. I never had a problem anytime getting to tables that I wanted to go to and moving around. There was a lot of people there, like a big event is, but no, I didn't mind that. Trade night being downstairs, the venue was hot. I mean, it was a hot summer day, but yeah, it was good. Yeah, honestly, I really enjoyed it. I liked Cleveland. We went to a ball game. We went downtown to the PSA set registry event that they had, which was fun on a rooftop patio. That was me and Sherry both had a great night. We spent another night out with the Dave and Adams guys. Met up with guys from Mint Inc. One night, had a great time with them. Bought into a break, an 88-box mixer, and I got the Blackhawks. I'll fill you guys in later on that one, which was great.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. So, anyways, I had again, it is what you make it. If you want to go somewhere and have a good time, I don't care if I go to Cleveland or if I go 10 minutes down the road and spend an evening with Eric. If he's in a good mood, I'm going to have fun with my friends, right? So, yeah. So, I honestly, it was great. I bought a bunch of cool things. Didn't buy a sports card.
Oh.
Yeah, bought lots of I was on a non-sport kind of mission. So
nice.
Yeah,
I got that vibe from what Sherry was showing off in that examples as well. And I did mention also, and that reminds me, I'll make a little note. I'll connect you guys with friend of the channel, Jay, because Jay is actually a big non-sports guy. So that's kind of his bread and butter. He literally sets up at some of the Dallas shows and stuff like that. Like that's his deal. So that's one of those. So I think you guys would have some fun discussions. I think we can facilitate and we'll connect you. And I think you guys can have a nice conversation about some of the items you're talking about. He's well-versed in those ones. So I think that'd be pretty good. So we got a couple of questions here for you, and then I'll ask you a few myself, but let's touch on a couple of comments. First, CC here. Good evening, gents. Impossible question for Brad. Impossible. If you could only go to one show every year, what do you prefer as a collector, the National or the Toronto Fall Expo?
Definitely the Toronto Fall Expo. It's my favorite show in the world. Obviously, I do predominantly my number one sport is hockey, so that makes a big difference. Plus, I find that I know a lot of the dealers at the Toronto Expo. I know the majority of them. There's a lot of tables that simply at the National that just do not interest me whatsoever. So I can easily just walk by those tables. Where I find at the Toronto Expo, every table usually has something that I'm interested in. Sure. So that makes a big difference for me. Like I'm not a T206 or I'm not a pre-war baseball collector at all. So there's a ton of tables that are super cool that I get what people love, just not my thing. There's not as much of that in Toronto. So definitely the Toronto Expo is my number one favorite show. I can't wait for it twice a year. So
it'll be exciting.
Revisit this question though, because he's going to go to Fanatics, so that could change things.
It's true. That might add a third component to it. We'll touch on that here in a second.
You will be re-asked later.
That's right. If Michael Rubin gets to him, we'll know what the answer is.
Oh yeah, that's all. Yeah.
But what I was going to say was, it's one that obviously works for a lot of our sensibilities, but it's one of those deals where, like, again, we have fun with it. Like, I booked my hotel. I was actually chatting with Paul kind of separately in Instagram, and I've already booked my hotel for the next one. And let me tell you, I might have even upgraded my room from last time. I might have just given myself even more space where I'm not surrounded.
You can't go any higher than the penthouse.
Listen, we're going higher. We're going to the tippy top.
Wow.
I will look down upon the peasants. It shall be glorious.
Can I ask Dum Dum a somewhat serious question?
Go.
All right. Hey, Dum Dum. Somewhat serious. As we know, you locked yourself behind security glass. It wouldn't talk to any of your friends last November.
He was talking to us. It was fine.
You say that the Expo is your favorite show, and every table has something that you like. Are you going to try this upcoming show in November to try a little harder to get out from behind the security glass to actually go on the show floor maybe once, to actually see the tables, the dealers that you know mostly of, the items that you like, and maybe a friend or two?
Yes, 100%. On a serious note, 100% that will happen at the November show.
Because you did a really, really, really poor job last November.
And that's when you find them this November, because we'll be in a new venue.
So Brad, I'm making a commitment to you now. Making a commitment to you now, so we collectively remind each other. We're going to make sure we get some hashtag content happening in this fall. So we're going to plan it out. If we have to kidnap you inside of a white van that says free candy, then that's what's going to happen. We're going to make it.
I have one of those.
I have no doubt. But the point is, we'll make sure that happens. But the other thing, now this is an important question before I get to the opening of the bomb. I mean, package that Eric received. Before we get to that, I have an important question for you. At the PSA booth at the National, they had the whole setup. There were a lot of similarities to what we've seen at the Expo with the on-site grading, but obviously they had a merch stand, and as well, they had a podcast booth there where Nat Turner was able to hold court. They did some box breaking and everything. And I mentioned to Sherry, and I think we can do this. I think, we have to scale it down a little bit. We don't necessarily have as much room to be able to do that kind of thing. But we thought, could we get you like a phone booth and like one microphone that we can like slide in there? And you could pretty much do the same thing. It'd be fantastic.
I think so. I think that will happen. So we will be, I can say now, we will be grading on site at November officially. I did talk a lot about it, but we are doing that for sure, and I'm so excited for it. I think that brings a whole other element to the card show. It gives people a lot of, again, I don't want to make this a work plug, but it gives people in Canada that are reluctant to ship their cards across the border, etc. Bring your cards. Lots of time to prepare for it. November will be awesome. So we are doing that. The booth that was at the National is owned by us, and it's modular. So we're going to reconstruct that booth in a way to fit the venue in Toronto, which will be very exciting. I think we will. One thing I really want to start to push is the vaulting of cards. So I think we will have a vaulting section there as well.
That sounds very scripted.
Yeah, and
serious question again.
I think I'm getting better at talking, maybe, Bobby. I'm trying to rhyme right here.
So before Eric ruins everything, I want to make sure we make it important to it.
Yeah.
Fine, we'll get to it in a second. One important point I want to make. So now that you've mentioned that, and I will allow it on the condition that I expect some free swag. Like it's like we're going to meet up. Like let's go. Eric, you can ignore. No one cares about him.
I don't want any of
but this side of the screen, free swag. This side of the screen, free swag.
I don't want any of your free crap. Keep it all to yourself.
Not that side.
Only wear Beckett swag. We know that.
I was gonna say exactly. Like it's like you shameless shill. You're pathetic, Eric. How dare you? All right, ask your question. I'm gonna read a couple comments. Ask it quickly.
To your knowledge, maybe it's too early.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. To your knowledge, will you have the same size space available to you to set up, a smaller size space or a larger size space?
A, B, or C?
Yes, I think we will have, for on-site that we had in November, I think we will have the same footprint, but it's going to have a different design and a different feel. We're just, one of the things, like when I did go to the National, I was there to work the week. We had I met with Steve Menzie and our team at PSA, our head of events, Mindy. We had some great conversations, floor plans drawn up. We know where we're going to be. We're going to add some dealer entrance stuff. There's just a lot of cool things happening. And Menzie, this is biased. Menzie's a personal good friend of mine. So, but I love having that working relationship. It makes life a lot easier when you have a friend, when you're working together and you both want to come up with the same outcome. So, yeah, our footprint's going to be very, very similar. So, yeah, we've got a ton of stuff coming too in 2025 for Canada. That's going to be very exciting.
That is the biggest setup of anything I have ever seen. So, I mean, I've seen, big corporate setups before. That's the biggest. I mean, you brought a freaking city in and you built a city inside the building. So I was curious. So you're saying it's going to be roughly pretty much the same, but it might be set up a little differently.
Yeah, exactly. It will be. And we're not going to be at the back of the show. We're, if all goes as planned, we'll be directly in the middle of the show, which will be great as well. I love the configuration for this show coming up in November in Hall 2, 3, 4 or 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. So look, we'll touch on it more when we get closer, but an important distinction, because we always show the map and everything. We'll come back to it. But just so everybody's aware, there's going to be 3 halls and they're actually going to be interconnected. It's going to be a different setup. So when we get closer to it, we'll elaborate, but there's definitely going to be a different setup for sure.
Because 3 is very large.
Last question on this, and then I'm not going to be serious anymore because I don't like you that much. Are you bringing, not so much you, is the company going to have the same size staff? Because you had over 50 people working.
100,
we had more than that. We had a very large.
I said that. Don't you listen? More than 50 people working is what I said.
Yeah, but I said close if it's 100. You're like half.
What's more than 50? Can you describe it a little better?
More than 50 is 50.
All right, I'm pausing in because I want to read some comments because we're behind on comments. Do I look like Dustin the Sports Car Dad? We read our comments here. Okay, we're moving on. Stuke says, Strout will be a Hall of Famer with 86 WAR. That is unfortunate for the Hall of Fame. It's been diminished greatly. Very sad. Moving on. You could drive your hotel to B&B in back an hour or less to use the bathroom. That is an option. You could do that. Dave here. Good evening, Dave. He would likely, most unfortunately, once looked like a top 10 career is now something much less. What are you talking about? Our good friend Fish Boy, he's at least a top 10,000 player. The good news is they're only downgrading him from a top 9,000 player that he was before. So,
that's just a slight meniscus down. Yes.
Just a little down. He's got at least he's leading in the meniscus tear war. He's got that going. Like, that's top tier. That's Hall of Fame worthy. Good evening, Ham. Let's see here. Good evening, Orlando. What percentage of dealers from the Toronto Expo do the national? I don't necessarily think it's a high percentage, but there is some crossover for certain. They're kind of separate. There is very much a separate, like there is a much heavier. A lot of the Canadian dealers and folks would never go to the national, and vice versa, to be honest. But there are a handful of national type dealers that would come by this way, but it's two different demographics. You're selling two completely different things. Maybe. Yeah, because in the national, obviously, what people talked about is a lot of vintage baseball. You're not getting anywhere near that much vintage baseball, so you're not getting it. So it's important. Quick guess here, Wes. How are you?
Hello.
What a coincidence! How funny seeing you here.
I know how it's strange coincidence. Happy to be here. Happy to watch the show live.
I just assumed you were here to hear my dissertation on Fish Boy, my personal favorite player of all time.
Absolutely, that's exactly why I'm here.
Yeah, but before we get to that, why don't we find out about Mayo? Let's find out more about Mayo. Eric, do you want to tell us something about Mayo in package form?
I just want to ask Wes what I ever did to him.
Where to begin? You sent him part. You sent him part of that text message that shall never be spoken of again.
You bringing it up, okay? I thought you were going to delete it.
Whose handwriting is that? That's weird.
I believe
used a white marker.
Yeah, I believe it says you actually.
Oh, okay, it does. You're right. That is mine.
Sure it says you.
Crazy. It's nuts.
Excellent. Excellent polar bear.
96 are not.
Yeah, that's real cute. I open it up after I had the drug sniffing dogs and the I don't know if you were setting me up for something, and the bomb sniffing dogs, and they said it was okay to open it. I then found this.
Yes.
That is when I got scared.
There's just a single Mayo packet inside of it.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Is heavily wrapped in blue tape, with instructions to not open, into await instructions, and it tells me that there's mayonnaise inside the package. So
I think now, Eric, would be a good time for me to provide you the instructions. The instructions are as follows. Open it, you bougie bastard. Amuse us.
That's going to take you a long time. You probably want to use a knife.
Yeah, appreciate that.
I wrapped it like that for security, but also so you would get a chance to use one of your many cutlery pieces.
Let's see what I have. Let's see what I'm carrying.
Middle finger now.
Get to the knife. Let's go.
Oh,
there you go.
Slipped up on the first pull of the
wow.
knife.
He's so nervous. He's just so excited.
I was nervous.
Well, just don't cut the red wire too soon. Otherwise, this live stream will be
far
less entertaining.
Don't cut towards yourself. Cut away from yourself. Yeah.
Excellent Boy Scout technique.
Yes.
Were you a Boy Scout, Eric?
Yes, I was.
Oh my God.
I made it all the way. I made it all the way to being a life scout. And then I realized that stalker.
There's such a thing.
Yeah. It's just below eagle.
Uh-huh.
And then I realized
you weren't good enough to fly like an eagle, so you were a life scout.
No, I quit because I realized that soccer and girls were way cooler.
Yeah.
And I was not going to get any girls wearing my Boy Scout uniform.
Yeah, and today now that you have a wife, now you ride around in your little tricycle like a fool because it doesn't matter anymore.
I do that.
Yes,
life coach. Oh my God.
Is that a K-bar? Is that a K-bar knife? Is that what that is?
No, it's actually a Knaf. It's made by Wii. It's a Wii Panther.
You can't
even Nintendo.
Can't even spell knife. Knaf.
Well,
Knaf sounds exactly like my joke knife that I talk about all the time.
You're correct.
It's a Wii Banter.
All right.
Wii is the company, but
I thought you were Scottish, and
I can give you the whole history of the knife, but I don't think anyone really cares. So All right, you want me to open this thing up? Because I can assume that this horrible injustice in sports cards is in this stupid box.
Well, I agree. I agree the player is an injustice, but the card is great. Go on.
Christ Jesus.
David Justice, maybe.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Magnificent. A true grail.
I couldn't think of anybody who deserved that card more than you.
There
was literally no one else.
Not a compliment.
When you mentioned it a couple of months ago, I immediately put in a bid. And
I've seen that pose
shockingly.
Shockingly, nobody else bid against you.
Correct.
Shockingly.
I think I know why. Because it's horrifying.
Right. The goalie on it is just mid.
It's trash. That the Leprechaun thankfully saves it.
Yeah.
That's not necessary.
Now, the guy who sold it still laughing.
Now, Wes, let's be clear about this. I want to say, number one, that was extremely generous of you. If Eric won't, I will say thank you, sir.
You're quite
welcome.
I would say thank you.
As one man of peace, I dubbed thee a man of peace.
I would say thank you if his intentions were to be kind.
They were the purest of intentions. I look at Wes and I see nothing but pure intentions.
You know the song, you got to be cruel to be kind. It's right there.
You know, Bobby, you do make a good point, and I will take that in consideration. But considering that I said that this was the most heinous, most horrible insult to the great Reggie Lemlin that there could possibly be.
I don't know who that is.
That's Reggie.
That sounds like a dude who would prance around with a knife being a life coach.
It's Leprechaun.
Yeah.
And it is thank God it's a 1 of 1.
1 of 1. Holy moly.
So there are no more out there. Thank God.
Now, Wes, all I was going to say, like, number one, as I said, clearly you are a scholar and a gentleman. That is a very generous thing you did there. But I assured Eric, I promised him, after this mail delivery, there is definitely not anything else out there. Like, that is the end. There are no more. Like, there is no conspiracy, no consortium of individuals who will make sure that when the time is right, Eric gets what he rightfully deserves, Brad.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's not a thing.
I think he's a scholar and a laureate.
Remember, of course, I so lucky to have gotten this piece of crap in the mail.
Oh, look at
the
that.
other day.
Amazing. It's beautiful. It's fantastic.
I got this other piece of garbage in the mail the other day.
And somebody gifted you that too?
Yes. And now he has a friend of
so garbage. There is also, I believe, a Yeti. There's a Yeti and a werewolf.
Oh, good Jesus!
And I think they make printing plates of those. So there's like more 1 of 1s out there, like metallic 1 of 1s that could like bounce off your head and make a cool ping sound. Wow. I don't know where anybody would find such a thing, but hypothetically, if someone did, that'd be amazing.
Why can't they all just be as nice as this? I don't understand.
Because that's a fake bootleg.
I've never seen that posed before.
Instead, it's the same damn picture on every freaking one. Every one. Not that I have a lot of these. And not that I may have bought another one this week.
Oh my god.
Yes. Of course.
Oh my god.
I may have bought another one of those because
in lovely acetate. So the problem here, Brad, is that I'm hearing thou doth protest too much.
Yeah.
As you continue to load up on more and more and more.
And what upsets me is you people are continuing to
again with the you people.
Me.
I know.
Yes, you people are continuing.
Generous is the word you're looking for.
Kind-hearted souls, yes.
Yes.
True men of peace.
And this addiction that I have to this nonsense is getting worse.
And you're an addiction counselor. My God, you're terrible.
I know.
Yeah. And the life
Are you
coach.
as bad at being an addiction counselor as you are being a life coach? Like, God, you're trash.
What's this life coach thing? I was never a life coach. What the hell?
We decided life coach is cooler than the lame version that you came up with. Your other one was trash, so we decided life coach is better. Yeah.
Did you coach kids in the Scouts?
I was never a scoutmaster. No.
The thing is, Eric,
but
I actually think you would make a tremendous life coach. You would be a cautionary tale. Don't be like me. Really, don't.
Well, when it comes to this nonsense, I would say yes. I should go on tour just with this alone and be like, kids, don't be like me.
So who would win in a fight? Would Nessie beat the?
These are the important questions that Bobby Burrell asks.
To indulge that.
There was discussion of putting it in a Beckett slab. I'll be honest. When I won it
over the edge.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that we didn't want to wait 8 months for this bit to.
Yeah, I was like,
at least level out. Long. Yeah.
There's one thing I did notice is that Wes put it in upside down.
No,
no, that's right side up.
So now I have to fix it.
What? Look, I'm sorry. Eric, that is right side up, sir.
This is what happens when you go on your tour. When you go on your tour, are you also going to caution the kids against grinding up Beckett slabs and sniffing them? Because that's another thing that you do.
I thought we weren't going to discuss that.
And no, we're not going to discuss the text messages that'll get you canceled. That's a different issue.
Oh, all right. See, now it's incorrectly.
It's like
it doesn't even stand up straight.
No,
like, what
it looks totally different now.
This is how it's done at my house.
Brad, this is what ruins the hobby. This is what has ruined the hobby I love.
Everything he does is backwards. Everything he does is backwards. We just gotta accept it.
Yeah. It's the worst.
There's a little knob on that end and it wobbles. If you put it on a stand.
No problem.
There is a knob there, that's for sure.
It's all good.
When he's high on Beckett slab grindings that he sniffs, he can't tell the difference anyway.
At the bottom, where they belong.
No, sir.
Bottom, all at the bottom.
Wow. There's a lot of things wrong with this. I take it all back.
It's Boston.
The upside down one touch is just the
bottom.
He's been doing this for a while.
At the bottom. That's where they belong.
All right, I'm muting this fool while I finish reading a couple of comments. By the way, I also want to thank Dufex for a spirited, proper defense explaining for the children out there who tried to compare Fish Boy to the great Ken Griffey Jr. There's a big difference. Ken Griffey Jr. was actually good at baseball.
Oh,
just throwing it out there. Big difference between the two. Like this big difference, big deal. Just throwing it out there. It's like the difference between a collector of a hockey player and someone who collects Reggie Lemon. There's a big difference. There's like a big gap between these two things. Stay in it. I know, Stu. I understand. I get it. I get what you're saying.
I have a safe search for Reggie Lemelin. Mythical cards. So could be additional.
It continues.
Additions. Yeah.
It continues. Wonderful. So first of all, I want to thank Wes for joining. Wes, you're welcome to stick around as long as you like, or if you need to take off, by all means, feel free. But I want to thank you for participating and thank you for joining in on this wonderful. And thank you for your generosity.
Thanks,
if Eric's ungrateful swine ass will not thank you, we will.
Hey, no problem. Happy to do it. Eric, happy to send you any other worthless 101 I find in the coming days, weeks, months, and years.
I don't understand what I ever did to you, but
you're welcome.
You were born.
No, I appreciate that you were born. Somebody needs to collect this stuff. Otherwise, it would sit on eBay forever. And then, I'm glad you're here.
Wes, I like Ruth.
That's not as funny, but fair.
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, y'all have a good evening.
Thank you, Wes. Appreciate you.
Sidelines. Take care.
Appreciate you. Have yourself a good night. Perfect. So thank you to Wes for joining us from the great state of Texas in his infinite generosity, helping out. See here, Sadler fan has it right. Wes is helping declutter eBay. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That man is a gentleman and a scholar, and I will hear no different from
and a laureate.
His ungrateful swine over here. I will hear none of it. As a matter of fact, you know what? Getting downgraded. Sit there in your corner of shame.
I'm totally okay with that.
Yes. I bet you are. I bet you are. But you know what would be better? Let me put you over here. Let's try this. Let's see if this still works. Let's see if this still works. Can I get him down here? Oh, I got to play around with it later. I need one more person. Dang. Oh, would have worked. We'll figure it out later. Figure it out later. I know it's terrible. There you go. Well, Brad submitted for us. Maybe you should. Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Absolutely.
All right, Brad. Let's get back over to the national. Eric's wonderful, a heartwarming moment in the hobby as he gets, an unworthy swine got himself a wonderfully generous package. But
Yeah.
let's talk national. So you were mentioning that, in your opinion, some of the stuff was overplayed. But let me ask this question, and kind of I asked Sherry as well. So 2 things I want to touch on. Number 1, let's do the easy one that I don't think anybody's going to fight or argue about, but we'll take it. I don't think it's acceptable at this point for a show of that size. And by the way, that includes the Expo, because I would love to see them improve that as well. We need Wi-Fi and cell service to be available.
That
in
is
kind
bad,
of thing.
yeah.
It is required. Like, it is too important for even the infamous comps that people may or may not like. We need them to participate and engage in some of the transactions going on.
Yeah, the weird thing about Cleveland, though, and I was going to mention this to Sherry because I think she got it wrong. I never had a problem with the Wi-Fi as much as I had with my actual cell service in the building. I
definitely saw people that could not get the Wi-Fi to work.
Yeah. So, but for me, I bounce back between the two sometimes, but it wasn't that big of an issue for me. I know I was talking with, I can't believe I can't think of his name right now. The founder of 130 Point from Australia.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about, but the name escapes me.
Super nice guy. He launched 130 Point, the app. He launched it the day before the national started. So him and his crew came all the way from Australia, and they had their own dedicated Wi-Fi to show how the app was working, and it went down, which was very unfortunate for him.
Mm-hmm.
You're revealing your new app, and all of a sudden you're connected to the Wi-Fi, and you had out iPads to show everyone, and all of a sudden, kaput, it went down. That was too bad. I felt bad for him on that, but it wasn't. Yeah, but I do agree with you. In today's time, this day and age, you get it right. You know what I mean?
There's too much going on that requires it. It's not even. It's seemingly a small thing, but it's such a big thing now. Again, some people are like, oh, but you don't need to. I get that. I get that not everybody cares about looking up comps, but what about transactions where somebody wants to use PayPal or they want to use one of the online things because maybe they don't want to be walking around with a bunch of cash. Yeah, they got cash, but then you're doing kind of big transaction and maybe you want to transfer funds in a more discreet way that doesn't just show off a bunch of cash on the table, that you would rather not show that off. I've done little deal at Expo. In Canada, obviously, we can do Interac. We can do direct payment. So with buddies that I know who are comfortable with me, who I already have the contact info to, it's very handy to be able to transfer you the money immediately. You get it immediately, and our deal's done. Here you go, card done.
Yeah, that guy from Australia. His name is Nick Dundee. No.
No.
Here's Ham kind of touching on that as well. I had a problem with the public Wi-Fi knocking me off. Corporate Wi-Fi was horrible and cell service was unreliable. So I say, like, it's been a mixed bag. There are definitely people that have struggled.
Who's lying? I'd like to know.
I actually think I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of truth.
Was there more than one bathroom, or was there more? Like,
what's
going on? It's like we got this dividing line of liars and truth tellers, I guess. I think it's great. The National was busy. The National was shit.
But you know what the thing is, Bobby? I actually think, and this is nothing wrong with what Brad is. Here's the thing. I think Brad and Sherry can both be correct on this because it depends on you. Ham was all over the show floor and he had struggled with the Wi-Fi. Brad didn't have problems with the Wi-Fi. But simple example. I have dealers who I've been able to have a conversation with or listen to conversations about who swore up and who hated this about the show, hated this about the show, hated this about the show. But they can also say, like, I did well on the show. But then there's other ones. So Dave was talking to a couple of vintage dealers that he deals with who loved it and thought it was great and thought it was spacious and thought there was lots of room and everything. I'm sitting there like, when I'm watching vlogs and I'm watching people herded like cattle, I'm like, I don't know where you were on the show floor, but I'm looking at people getting crowded up and stuck in lines and doing all this. It's a miserable experience. And then these dealers saying, oh, it's wonderful. There was lots of space and everything. I'm like, we've got a big gap between the two conversations we're having here. Like, did you guys both go to the same show
at the
same
truth.
time?
Yeah.
And you can't handle the truth, but we can.
Yeah. So so I don't disagree, but I do think it's a mixed bag depending on your perspective. I think if you're a dealer and you sold through tons of inventory and made lots of money, maybe you're looking at it in a different way than someone who did well, but also had to get in line for some stuff. And it's like, yeah, I did well financially. I did great. But this standing in line for this food truck, that sucks. This is terrible. Or maybe you need to go all the way over there to the VIP area to get a bathroom that doesn't take you too long to. That is not a good experience. So both can be true. You can be having a great show financially and also be like, this is not the best experience for the showgoer.
Yep, I agree. And it depends on where you're at and when you're using it. Maybe the times that I was on my phone more often were in the mornings when less people were there and in the peak. And my other thing is I never had to get anywhere specific besides the PSA booth when I was out back, or if I had a meeting up top on the second level, we had a few meetings there. So I would go to places where there wasn't people. You know what I mean? Like I navigated the show saying, okay, I'm not going to just go. I didn't go to the Breakers Pavilion. I wasn't down that end. I mean, I walked by to take a look. But I could easily avoid the traffic. So that wasn't bothersome towards me at all.
Sure. And that's why I said I can listen to conflicting reports and be like, but it is entirely plausible that both of you are telling me the truth. But I also need to know time of day, what you were doing, whereabouts on the show floor you were, because again, a lot of people vlogged it. So I'm sitting over here in this section. There's no room for people to move. And maybe on this section is super roomy and there's lots of space. So around certain dealers, it might have worked out. Also time of the day and whatever. Both of those things can be true. It just depends on the time of the day and who you're talking to.
Yeah,
it's important to get that context. Even Justin, I was told dealers had separate bathroom and food options. I would hope so. So Dom here was also at the show. Evening, gentlemen. There's definitely legitimate critiques for the National, but didn't stop me from having a great time. And that's kind of the line for a lot of folks. And I don't disagree. We talked about it on the podcast and everything. Both these things can be true. And but unfortunately, like Brad, listen. Unfortunately, my lifetime ban is still in effect. Now, if I go to Vegas, maybe I'll think about moving it. You know, maybe I might think about it, but other than that, there's no reason me appealing a lifetime ban.
I will say thanks, Jeff. By the way, it's Lane Pierce is the founder of 130 Point. He's also a PSA authorized dealer. He's a very, very nice. Thanks, Jeff.
Lane Pierce Dundee.
Lane Pierce Dundee.
There you go.
That's
good name. Eric's other favorite. Beautiful. Thank you for joining in. Appreciate you as always. Don't forget to hit the like button. Eric needs to pay for it, especially after the generosity of being gifted a Reggie limit that he didn't have to pay for. This ungrateful swine. Hit the like button so that Eric does pay, because after episode 200, that rate, woo, to the moon. Woo. You think prices went up during COVID? Brett.
I told you that. This is my last show. I'm not.
That's awesome. Look at your contract. You should learn to read. It's a lifetime deal, Eric. A lifetime deal. And then 10 years after your death, I get zombie Eric for 10 years. Check your contract.
Yeah. This is his last show until Tuesday.
Exactly. Until the podcast. So Orlando says, Bart Vintage selection of cards and National was outstanding. I have no doubt about that. I have no doubt. In Chicago, you have to leave the building to sit down and eat. How long does that take? Comparatively, not bad, actually. As compared to some of those food truck things, it would probably be quicker.
No, absolutely. Like in Chicago, you can walk out and go to a restaurant. Like in Cleveland, there's nowhere to walk to. Like you can't.
Yeah. Well, you can go to the parking lot. You can go hang out in the parking lot.
And there's nothing there, right? So, yeah. Chicago, by that standpoint, you can't get anything better. Like the show, you walk out and there is a restaurant.
The location relative to what's around it is a better deal. It's a better deal. And you don't necessarily need to drive in and out. So the traffic situation from the getting in and out isn't necessarily an issue.
Right. You walk from the hotel to the show, which prevents a lot of this traffic issues.
Yeah, it cuts down on the amount of cars that need to try to get in every time. And the problem is they didn't have enough lanes, clearly, with the traffic situation around it. Unless you knew to go around the other side, in which case, if you're a local and you know there's another way in from there, it probably would have worked out better for you.
And we were told prior, I was told by PSA that Ubers were going to be an issue because there wasn't going to be enough Ubers getting people in and out. And that was very much the case. Like there was times I got a lift with a couple people that I didn't know just to get over to the show because the Uber canceled. Every time I'd get one, it would cancel. So that was an issue.
More people at the show than there is in Cleveland.
Yeah. I love this comment too, by the way. Like, I think that's brilliant. I said, if I go to the next national, I'm going to have something along this lines for convenience.
It does make sense. Trucks? They literally was food trucks. It was food trucks that were doing the food for that particular show.
But you think every food truck in the world would be there?
Well, the thing is, the food trucks were inside the building. Yeah. So if they had set up now,
gotcha.
So by the way, I think the problem is, so look, just high level, just my takeaway based on a lot of the discussion. I think Cleveland, unfortunately, that convention center and that setup the National has now outgrown it. It wasn't that the venue was quote unquote bad, and it wasn't that they didn't have ideas. It's just it's reached past the point of them being able to comfortably house it with the cars, with the traffic flow in and out, with a lot of the things that they had going on inside of it. They could have made some adjustments that would have made it better. But I actually think you need a bigger venue now. Now you need a bigger boat.
But what I don't understand, Carlos, and someone else will know this better. When I walked out back where we had the on-site grading, there was another whole wing in the back corner that was empty.
Yeah, they didn't use it.
Yeah. Like a massive section. So to me, it's like, all right, make that a sitting area or a food truck area over there. Like, it's not like the building was at capacity. Although maybe I shouldn't say that. Maybe there was some sort of fire marshal rule where X amount of people are allowed in. You can only have so much space. Maybe, I'm not sure. But
Yep. But that's, I think what it comes down to is this. And this is a separate offline conversation I had with somebody else that attended as well. And we were joking about it and having a little fun back and forth on it. And he goes, Carlos, after all that, you're not coming to the next national? No, I'm not. But anyway, but as part of the conversation though, the critique was that the people running it are not getting that they need to make adjustments, because now this is the first time this group gets to do it, but they might have been a little bit more confident, unfounded confidence, as it turns out, because they didn't think ahead and they weren't able to adjust on the fly. They should have, like Brad's saying, this venue actually had more room that they could have used, but they would have had to plan that out in advance. They would have had to been ready for that and thought ahead and said to themselves, there's actually more people coming in that we thought. We need to make sure. And by the way, there was a second entrance that had been used in the past for this convention center that was left closed. It forced everybody into a pinch point in one entrance. And as a result, guess what? You got a massive humanity of the general public that's trying to get in through one way. What do you think that's going to do? Not great.
It's like the 401. Yeah. Let's take 3 lanes and get down to 2. Okay.
Yeah.
Rush hour.
And all you would have had to do in that situation is make sure you have some people on the other side open up the second entrance, and immediately at least you split the people in 2, and it allows a little bit more flow and get a little more space on the show floor, add more flow. That's big. But again, it's going to be a mixed bag.
I saw a funny shot of the national where it was the food area, and it says, please respect the food area and don't trade and do everything. But everybody was trading there and nobody was sitting down eating food because there was no room. So they're like, okay.
Yep, absolutely. And Dave here is talking about this. So this is kind of talking to what I was referring to. He goes, both guys I'm friends with were unequivocal. The show environment is much improved over Chicago. And I have no problem believing this. And I have talked to some other people who said it was trash. And they also said they did well financially. The issue wasn't the money. They said, this is garbage. I wouldn't want to do the show again. I'm going to do it because I made a lot of money, but I hated it.
Yeah.
And that was there. So I've got 2 completely different sides of the spectrum on this, and both made money.
Right. I think if anyone says, and yeah, it is my opinion, but I completely agree with Dave, what he said about his friend. The venue itself is so much better than Chicago. The venue in Chicago, like the little halls, the low ceilings, the no air conditioning, like it's confusing. This was just 2 big rooms. It was nice and easy to walk around. Yeah, there was those flaws, but the venue itself was way better, in my opinion, than Chicago.
Well, I don't think Brad, I don't think anybody was saying that the setup was worse. They're talking about the logistics of people in and out the doors, the flow of traffic once they got busy, once they hit the busiest times. They're saying you need more openings. You need more ways for people to get in and out. You need a way of being able to move the flow of people. The parking lot became gridlocked because they weren't ready to deal with a full complement of people at the same time. And again, you had a second entrance that you didn't even use.
Right.
And that second entrance had access to more bathrooms. One of the issues with bathroom lines. Well, you had another one there. If people knew to find it, there was more information that there would have been more, which would have helped alleviate some of those other lines and would have made it a better overall experience. That it's all those pieces put together.
Well, I think Jeff Wilson did a video and he was talking about, that they've outgrown Chicago now, and they had a record number, although the numbers weren't stated or something about this national. And then he says, it should go, every year, 2-3 times. And then he threw 10X in. Wow. It was an amazing video.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's listen, Geoff, our good friend, everybody's favorite friend, Geoff. He's already doubling attendance for next year. He's already decided next year's going to double attendance. It's like, oh my God, we might need. But Bobby, the good news is if we keep increasing the attendance, eventually they have to go to Vegas. So if we just keep making bigger and bigger, eventually we got to go to Vegas. Brad, if we go to Vegas, I'm getting the band lifted. I'm going. We're going. Now I won't be I won't be there. I'll be at the tables playing poker. But the point is, I
You'll
will
know
be
where to
dealing
find
with
me.
cards. Cards, not those ones, but don't worry.
I heard next year's National is going to be held in Atlanta.
Maybe.
Bobby's there with bells on.
That's what I heard. Just saying.
Stu says, I have my room for 2025 across the street from the Donnie. There you go. Perfect. Dave says the building was actually sold a few years ago. I did hear about this. Yes. The new owners kind of subdivided center. Yeah. My point isn't that the center was an impossible thing. What Brad said is true. Again, I'm taking a lot of different, I actually spoke to people, boots on the ground, got different opinions, get different versions of it. Because again, if you're just taking one, if they had an amazing time and everything was awesome and everything's wonderful, you're getting one picture. I'm watching the vlogs and getting a different picture. Even the people that liked it also had some critiques. So take the full picture on this one. But I think what's really important here is that they didn't maximize the space they did have. If you're going to use this space, and this is the convention center in, the setup, to Brad's point, I think was pretty solid, pretty reasonable. But you did need more space. There were certain issues, especially when it got busier, that you needed a little extra room. You could have used that second entrance to move the flow back and forth. If you're a VIP, standing in line to get your pass is stupid. Mail people the damn passes or make it electronic or do something that allows the VIPs to go get their stuff and get going. There's no reason for them to get in a line at the beginning of the show to get their stuff. That's silly.
Did anyone talk about numbers from this show compared? Like, to me, there was.
They said they lost the numbers. Like they couldn't. There was some problem with the.
Really, like in my opinion.
Calculation.
Yeah, if I was reading Stavin's comment there's, in my opinion, there was way less people in a smaller venue this year than there was last year.
Jeff Wilson said, "Brad, come on."
Yeah. Did he say there was way less?
Way more. Way.
Okay, again, just in my opinion, there was way like
2 times at Chicago next year.
Chicago last
The year after 3 times.
Whose opinion am I going to listen to?
Fanatics.
Jeff Wilson or
Geoff.
You can say Jeff. Hey man, that
All right.
Watch his video.
I have
How many
no idea.
followers he
He's
has?
on with that guy Teapot, whatever.
Okay, listen to me. I have no idea who Jeff Wilson is. I know only
You
Geoff.
probably know Teapot. Though.
Only Geoff. That's all I know.
I will say this again, and I
I
know you
almost
guys
call him Teabag, but anyways.
you guys make fun of me. That I'm always thinking between him and Card Collector 2, regardless of your opinions, I don't know how they go. They're the first guys there in the morning. They talk and they do until like the end of trade night at midnight. Like they just go nonstop. Yet you cannot say anything about their work ethic that those guys have. It's crazy.
We weren't talking about that. No.
Yeah, well, that's all I'm saying. I'm just giving a little positive shout out to my boy Geoff.
Gary
Your
V was
boy
there.
Geoff. Ooh. Brad,
Gary
Brad,
V, I
boy
heard.
Geoff. Oh, man.
Gary V showed up selling repacks or something. Right?
Could you at least befriend Gary V and then we can get some V friends for Eric?
I was, you
That's
know
what,
what?
he's been angling so hard for them. Like, it's embarrassing.
I
He's fanboying harder for V friends than he was for Marcel.
Because I want Poopy Pony and the V Friends collection.
And all the
Maybe there's still
residuals.
time. Maybe there's still time. CC says, isn't the fix easy? Limit tickets sold to match the capacity of the venue facility. That would make sense, yes. San Diego Comic-Con is huge. Yes, there you go. Perfect.
Right? Gifted Gopher. Signed by Gary.
Amazing. Sensational.
Love it.
Eric is seething with jealousy right now.
But he was selling repacks there or promoting it, something like
Yeah,
that.
There was something going on. San Diego Comic-Con is huge and they sell out every year. Sounds like National agreed selling too many tickets. I think to CC's point, and this is actually the point I was making with my buddy that I was chatting with on Instagram. Look, I like to make fun of it because Lord knows it amuses me. And my not national coverage is one of my favorite things in the world. But if you're serious, if you are the promoters and everything, if you hear the sound of my voice, and you should, because this is the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is, don't worry about all those other people with their live streams that are trash. Irrelevant. Who cares? Listen to me. Listen to my words. You need to start anticipating more. Whatever you think it is, assume there are going to be some more people and make sure you've got some coverage for that. Make sure you've thought through that. If you've got a venue with 2 entrances, use 2 entrances. You got a venue with 3 entrances, use 3 entrances. Build that right into your planning so that you spread out the people in whatever space it is. That's going to make your life easier. There's no way that doesn't make your life easier. Even if you loved it. You're telling me that adding an additional entrance to allow the flow to be a little bit more logical wouldn't be better. It's still better. Just think ahead a little.
Leave me now. Listen to me later.
Yep. Stuke says, is Eric getting the urge to show his pony card? All times. I don't know what to think about this whole thing. Don't think. Orlando says, Ham and I had better show footage than Geoff. Perhaps. You did have more show footage, yes.
There it is.
Yay.
Yep. Infamous.
Classic.
What will it take to get that from you, Eric? You want to make a deal on that?
Nope.
Mm,
Priceless.
mm.
Come on.
Priceless.
You give him a chocolate stick, he'll sell out. So
I know.
hard.
I'm going for a chocolate stick.
So hard.
Oh, he's going for a chocolate stick.
It'll
Watch
never
out.
be limited though. No, I mean, people make it look like a big buck. People buying out tickets for resale. There you go. Look, my favorite part about Ham's coverage was the prison bowling card. That was the gold right there.
Oh, good.
Oh,
And it's a real one, unlike the trash you have, Eric.
What do you mean? I got one right here.
Yeah.
Trash.
Just
Mhm.
keep that in mind. Poopy Pony might be coming my way someday.
Hey,
Oh.
yes.
Serious deal right there.
You had him at
Dang.
hello.
Yeah. So, like I said, my favorite part of Ham's coverage was the prison bowling card. That was honestly, it was a grail of grails. If you know, you know. Just saying. If you know, you know.
You know,
But yeah, no, we'll have to see. Like, look, at the end of the day, they got to do what they got to do. The good news is, no matter what, I'm not going. So, if they go to Vegas, then maybe we can talk. Otherwise, I don't give a crap. Cram everybody into a sardine can. I don't care. It'll be hilarious.
I'm going to give
I'll enjoy
Chicago a shot next year. So
Ooh, look at
I
you.
get to stay at Dave's place anyways. So
There you go. There you go. I like it.
that saves
fair.
quite a bit because really it's going to be a social visit. I seen the hockey pickups and I was going, okay. Well, it wasn't that much. It was a few things.
I think there is
Yeah.
quite a good though, Bobby. For you, like the way you scout out things too, I think you'll be surprisingly shocked at what you can sniff out in the show.
I'm sure I could sniff out a few things.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But to recoup the $3,000 it's going to cost me, I don't know.
Yeah. You have to
Actually,
look
without paying for the hotel, it might be.
Without paying the hotel would cut down the cost. Yeah, quite a bit.
Yeah.
Look, like I said, the thing is, I've been down to Cleveland. I joked about it a million times with my buddy's bachelor party. He wanted to have it in Cleveland. Lord knows why. So the thing is, I've been down by where the ballpark is. And by the way, where the ballpark is pretty nice, actually. We were at the House of Blues. We hung out and we visited. We went to Canton and visited the Football Hall of Fame. That was fun. So it's not like there's nothing there that you can attend. There are spots and areas that are perfectly fine if you want to visit it. So if you want to make a trip out of it, the thing is, I've already been there. So there's no appeal to me. This year, in years past, there's been an issue with cost. This year, I was in a position where the cost would have been, but just the appeal isn't there. That show does not have a draw for me. I don't care about it. So you offer me nothing. Oh, but Carlos, you can hang out with. Yeah, about that. And this is kind of a conversation we've had. So, Brad, I'll bring you in because I think we mentioned it on the podcast episode as well. I said, there are things that will make sense and things that don't make sense. And sometimes you can put more effort and more time or whatever it is. Oh, you want to hang out with a friend. Listen, I would go under the right circumstances. I go take a trip down to Nova Scotia to go see my good friend, Brad Harlan. We go to the Alexander Keith's factory because Lord knows that's one of my conditions. We got to go. My university years will not be denied. I got to go visit. I got to go visit. The point is I could do that. And I would go to AMG, go hang out with you guys in Cherry. We do a show I guarantee it. That's what would happen. And I go hang out with Blair. I go hang out with Steve, collected scalps, collected the people in person. Oh my God. Amazing. But that would be okay. But if it was, hey, you want to hang out and have a beer? Sure. In Abu Dhabi? No. Like there is a distance and a cost and a time commitment that doesn't make sense anymore. Once you get past a certain point, just hanging out with people is like, no, I'm not. No. My time is valuable and my money is valuable. Just hanging out with folks, like I have to treat it like a vacation. Do I actually want to go there? I don't want to go to Cleveland. I don't really want to go to Chicago. Unless there's a damn good reason for it. If I just want to go to Chicago, I can go to Chicago way cheaper than going to a national to just visit Chicago.
It's kind of like, would you ever go to Boston? Why?
No,
I've been to Boston twice. I've seen enough. I've seen enough.
I don't think I've been.
Will the National leave Chicago after the next 3 years? I think they'll rotate. I think Chicago will always be part of the rotation because I think the convenience of it is too good.
It would be
And
Vegas.
why would you, like, as long as they can handle the capacity in the Donald Stevens Center, as long as they got enough capacity there, and they got all those hotels nearby, like, you will always include Chicago as part of the rotation as long as they can handle that piece of it. But then you could do year on, year off. Somewhere else, Chicago. Somewhere else, Chicago. Somewhere else, Chicago. And I think that'll be the pattern after this next run.
Vegas, Chicago. Vegas, Chicago.
Oh,
Vegas,
Bobby,
Vegas,
listen, if you go Vegas,
Chicago.
look, we already discussed this. If it's Vegas.
Honestly,
I will make my booking at Wynn right now.
Mhm.
Done.
Yep.
Done.
They can handle everything.
Oh, they can't.
Everything.
Look, I'll give them credit. Mike Baseball Collector and Andy were chatting about this.
They did,
And,
yes.
and they mentioned Vegas. And I was like, ooh,
Yeah.
Are you baiting me? Are you trying to bait me right now? But
They're
the
just
point
trying to
is
get
that
you to watch. But anyway.
I know clearly that's what's going on, obviously.
Clicks.
But the point is that if you put it in Vegas, again, not for everybody, but if you had put it in Vegas, yeah, Refractor is right. You need long-term commitments for a lot of this stuff. And that's always going to be the problem. But in terms of capacity, in terms of hotels, in terms of availability of these things, if you did arrange it, in terms of having enough convention center space would not be an issue.
Yeah.
You can get big enough convention centers if you can handle some of those old, consumer CES things with the size of the booths and setups that they had. You can handle a little card show, a piddling little card show in Vegas. They'd laugh in your face and be like, "So what do you want to do with the other half of the convention center?"
From Nova
Because they
Scotia,
got more than
Brad, how are the flights? How cheap are they? They must be cheap because Toronto, they're cheap.
I think the province of Nova Scotia might not be able to handle the capacity.
Do they have planes in Nova Scotia?
I think it's pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Yes, we do there, jackass.
I thought you only had the water planes. I didn't know you. Okay.
Listen, you'd be in for the water planes. Don't lie to the people. Steve is doing the national giveaway
Wow.
again. Just win that free tip of money. Yeah. So Ham, this is all well and good, but I don't actually want to go to the national. So how about I win it and don't go?
Win it and then sell the tickets.
Yeah, sell the tickets, exactly. Yeah, the Ham has made this point before. Like, guys, at this stage, look, I joke about it. I legitimately don't want to go to the national. I'm not remotely interested. Like, for what it offers to me, I reject your offer. But Carlos said, free hotel, free accommodation, and cash, I still reject your offer.
Can I say a quick thing to Ham, please?
Only one thing, go on.
Yeah. Listen here, you son of a bitch.
Okay.
My wife is coming to Florida again in 2 weeks.
Florida.
Florida.
Florida man.
Stay away from her.
Florida.
Wow.
You hear me? Stay away. I mean,
Wow.
It's so intimidating.
He's going to be all intimidating until he tries to chase after Ham and then immediately his hip goes out.
Yeah. Falls on his
Gerald
knife
in Dallas.
17 times. Mm-hmm.
Yep. We have everything here in Vegas: hotels, food, entertainment, Tesla Underground to Convention Center. That's facts. I think that's tracks. That's true. World's largest casino is an hour from Dallas. There you go. There you go.
The biggest casino, I've been to Vegas numerous times. The biggest casino I've ever seen is in Toronto.
Really?
Whatever that casino is, that's
Woodbine?
like it. I've never
They
seen
just-
so many
They
machines.
just redid it. Woodbine is huge now. It's massive.
Like, I'd like to know the square footage. And honestly, in my opinion, being to Vegas and New Orleans and where else are the big casinos in the U.S.?
Dallas, obviously, an hour.
Dallas.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever been to that one. I've been to Dallas, but that casino in Woodbine, like we walked and walked and walked.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to look up the stats on that.
Let's look it up. All right, I'll read this here. Paul says Ham is like, that's like the fourth weirdest Florida man I see. They're like, facts. I know. True. It's these are facts. Cannot be denied. What I was going to say was it was actually funny because I was chatting with a couple folks in the comments section, and thank you everybody that chatted in the comment section. Always appreciate it. But I was saying that like for me, look, there's bits that are bits, and you can tell what their bits are. And there's like, no, I'm serious. Like generally, the Nationals have no interest to me, just not for me. I would rather go to a couple of regional shows, and if I meet up with some folks in those regional shows, it would make a lot more sense for me. I would rather go to a Philly show under the right circumstances. If the timing ever worked out, great. Some of those ones. I want to attend a Dallas show at some point because I think it'd be kind of fun. And if I time it right, because they do it at different times throughout the year, if I time it right where I could go to Dallas Star game, that'd be kind of a nice little twofer. You know, so the point is, I'm thinking about the overall, the totality of the visit. I'm not just thinking about, going to a car show. No, I'm thinking about what else am I doing while I'm there? and under the right circumstances, some of those could be a lot of fun. And I do know enough people. Listen, I could go there and thank Wes in person, for his generosity again, Eric being the ungrateful swine that he is. But I could say, hey, Wes, how's it going? I'm going to the Dallas show. And then boom, I could meet up with the Hockey Oracle. I mean, that'd be exciting.
Yeah.
I know. So the point is, I know people there, and it would be possible to, but hang out with, I don't mind hanging out with pockets of people. I'm not interested in hanging out with 200 people in one room. No, thank you. Hard pass. Not my deal, but if you like it and it's for you, hey, then do it. Dave says, they need to revisit how many people fly versus drive. Before the boom was more than 80% drive. I suspect that may have changed. That's possible. But that's on the convention. So right now, that's on the convention committee. They should be taking notes now and be like, what are the lessons learned? What did you learn from this past show that you could have done better? What should you have been focusing some more of your attention on? And try to think ahead a little bit. Assume that you're going to get similar attendance or more than last time. And if you assume that, do you have the capacity? Are you good? That's the question you should ask yourself. The fear from dealers is the National in Atlanta was a disaster. No one made money. Why take the risk? That was what hurt their voting.
What?
Cam,
I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Nice.
Get the hell out of here!
It all comes full circle.
What?
Nice.
God damn it!
Wow, the betrayal is strong, Eric.
It's horrible.
You have been betrayed.
God damn!
Wow. Wow, that worked out so well for you. Dang. LOL. Facts. Brad, this is escalated quickly.
That has gone sideways in a hurry.
Yes.
Yeah, like it would first the leprechaun got him and then the wife got him. Damn.
It was Nessie, I think. But anyways.
Just saying.
I'm done with this crap. I am so done. I'm done. I'm done with you.
Yep, he's so done. He's been muted. WinStar World Casino and Resort is the largest casino in the world, 75 minutes north of Dallas-Fort Worth and 120 miles south of Oklahoma City. The WinStar gaming floor is 400,000 square feet. Dang.
I was just thinking, so Woodbine is 33 acres.
Yeah, that's the acre.
I was gonna say, but I don't think that's. I don't think a square foot of gaming.
No, but it has 4,800 slot machines and 145 table games. That's why I'm doing some stats here.
Is that current?
I was doing some
Because they
stats.
just finished
That's
the
the new one.
They finished the new side over there.
Yeah, that's the new one that was in the end of 2023. So that's the.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because it's huge. We went there, I guess, a few weeks ago, and it was just like, what happened? We kept walking and kept going and kept going. I didn't even know they had buildings past where it was like, holy jeez.
I think it would be number 4 in the world. There's 3 ahead of it based upon slot machines and table game size right now. So, or sorry, number.
There's
4
a racetrack too, there, right?
Yeah, I take that back. In North America. So,
all right, fair enough.
Yes, because Dubai. Well, no, they don't.
Oh wow, listen, Dubai. There'll be reached a point where Dubai will be like, this casino is actually a country.
Yeah,
it's like they're like, screw you guys. The casino's the whole country. The whole country is the casino.
We will be bigger.
Yeah,
it's casino Ovica. It's like that's it. It's just a casino. The whole thing. Las Vegas Convention Center is the 3rd largest convention center in the U.S. Yes.
What's the first?
I think so. Bring it back around to kind of what we were talking about, though. Okay, let me ask this, Brad. Then, so it sounds to me like I know the answer, but I'm still going to ask.
Yeah.
If it was offered for the rotation, would you put Cleveland back in the rotation? Would you keep it in the rotation, or would it be kind of on the outside looking in now?
No, it's. I don't think it ever has to go back there. And that's not a knock to Cleveland. I just think the combination of getting to the venue, the hotel situation, it just doesn't make sense when Chicago's good, Vegas. I don't know the other big spots, but you have to be central. You really do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think New York works, obviously, with the price of hotels, etc. But
he said Vegas.
Yeah, Vegas would be awesome. I mean, because you can
everybody agrees that Vegas has the capacity. Like we joke about it, but Vegas legitimately has the capacity. But as Refractor Jones said, the hang up is going to be Vegas doesn't need you.
Right.
So they're going to be like, if you want in, there are terms that you need to agree to. Otherwise, we don't care about you. We've got other conventions we can run. We don't need you guys.
Right.
So it's one of those things where if you want to do it, you have to then meet them, where they're at, because they've got the floor space and they've got the hotel capacity.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Like to pay $500, my buddy Corey and Riley flew down and they had to leave one hotel they booked because it was they were, and Corey's a pretty street smart guy. They had to leave because they were not safe in the hotel, and it was disgusting. It was so bad. They booked it. It was $450 a night US for 4 nights, non-refundable.
Oh.
Then they had to go to another shitty hotel, and it was at the last moment they paid $600 a night to split a 2 double bed room, and it was shitty. So it cost them like $7,000 in hotels Canadian for 4 days because they had to do that. So that stuff is foolish and unacceptable. When you're hosting a convention, you have to look at the hotel situation.
Yeah, that's part of it. And Refractor was just, emphasizing what I was just talking about. It's like, they don't need you, so you have to accommodate their terms, not the other way around. So, and that's why they have an advantage here. Here we go. Stuke says, Hotlanta will make a big push for the national, no doubt. Georgia World Congress Center, Atlanta's number 4 largest. Geoff's backyard. Oh my God, Geoff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we know what a Geoff will be angling for. He'll be angling hard. Dang.
Mm-hmm.
The National Sports Card Investor Collector Convention is one will be one not one be attended. Listen, Dom, it is what it is, man. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you.
Order. Mm-hmm.
Just saying. So it's been interesting. I've enjoyed a lot. Like I said, I've enjoyed a lot of the vlogs and a lot of the pieces related to it. So it's been kind of interesting seeing it. And this comment section has kind of outlined the huge differences in perspective that I've seen. I've literally seen both sides of the equation where like, oh my God, it was like the best because of this. Oh my God, it was the worst because of this. And I'm sitting there like, okay, interesting. Go on. So I think it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. The National in totality is cheap. They like the freebies too much, like Atlantic City. Yes. That's the problem. The organizers have been historically cheap. That's the reason Atlantic City was even in the discussion. Because Atlantic City is like, the convention center is great. Everything else sucks. Why'd you do it? Because they basically get it for free. They're just being cheap.
Yeah.
There's no crowd to fight the last time the National was in Atlanta. That is true. I don't know if that's what you're looking for. What happened? It's like, we fixed the congestion problem, Brad. There's no one here.
Yeah.
We fixed it. I don't know about that one. I don't know if that's the strategy, if that's the plan.
I liked Atlantic City. So like again, obviously there's some poverty issues, etc. in Atlantic City, but the venue itself was awesome, except for the Wi-Fi.
I don't think people were claiming about poverty. I think they were claiming other things.
Yeah,
stems from poverty.
Please don't rob me.
That's the catchphrase for the National in Atlantic City.
Yeah, pretty much. That's like the bar. The bar is all over the map from top to bottom. It's like I like to not be stabbed in the parking lot. Damn it, Eric. Damn it.
Mm-hmm. And Eric pulling out 16 knives.
Yeah, the guy pulls the knife on him and goes, psh, one knife.
Holding his ass.
Then we're back to Dundee. That's
not
a
knife. Totally Paul
That's
Hogan.
a knife. This is a knife. Yep. Paul says Chicago could totally handle more people. I believe it. They just have to take part of the upstairs away from the autograph center. They use like a third of the upstairs floor space anyway. Yes, there's a few convention centers that have a little bit more. They got some more floor space that they could probably open up and take advantage of. But I think though, going back to my point from earlier, the amount of convention centers that legitimately can hold the National, if the amount of people coming in remains as it is or even goes up a little bit. It doesn't have to be like Geoff's crazy. He's doubling and tripling the amount of people coming in through the turnstiles all of a sudden randomly for no reason. But even if you just hold it where it is or increase it slightly, the amount of conventions that can legitimately hold it, it's getting to be a smaller and smaller and smaller list because there's a lot of places that don't have the logistics to do it. It's not that they don't want to. They just don't have the capacity to handle it. They literally have the Chicago Spectacular up there. Yep. Shipping out of Atlantic City is good. Chicago stinks. I care more about how the heck I'm shipping everything back home. There you go, Refractor. Fair enough. Fanatics Fest in New York City may disrupt convention locations for an SCC. Now, that's fair. Now, this brings me, so thank you for I appreciate the segue there, Dufex. So, Brad, you are going to go to Fanatics Fest. So, here's what I want. I'm going to get a refill, but before I do, I want to ask you a couple questions and then take it wherever you want. Here's my first question. What are you anticipating going into it? So what are your thoughts and expectations going in? And second, what would you like to see from it? Even what we know now. So first is, what are you expecting? What would you like to see? So these are the two questions that I have for you, and I'll come right back.
Yeah. I mean, I answer those now, Eric. Just me and you here. I don't like this. I just got really awkward.
Brad, I am still listening, but
Oh,
I'm
okay,
going to
perfect.
refill my drink. So answer the question, and I'll come right back.
Go ahead, Brad. I'm here with you, buddy.
Okay,
I'll
there you
hold your hand through this. Go ahead.
I am going to Fanatics Fest with Sherry and Summer completely for an event, vacation, and to experience. I'm not going there for a card show, even though there will be a card show. I'm excited to see that part of it. But my primary interest is to see the spectacular event that it's going to be. You know, to see the different people, to watch the crowds. I absolutely love what they pulled last week. Did you see that, Eric? Where I think it was Michael Rubin said it, or Fanatics Live came out and said, every hour on the hour, they're going to draw a fan that's dressed up like, how do they word it? Dressed up like a celebrity that is there doing autographs, and they're going to have a meet in person.
Oh, that's great.
So I think it's brilliant. I just love that. So we're going to see, I don't know how many Hulk Hogans we're going to see.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a million.
Roman the Drawers. We're just going to have a great time. Kind of like when I went to Comic-Con. I like to people watch. I like to people watch in New York City. We're going to go to some Broadway shows. I bought the 3 VIP tickets. I think it cost me, it's expensive, but it was about $2,000 for the 3 of us to go for the full days. Yeah, we're just going to do that and watch. I don't really care about, I'm not saying I'm not going to buy anything. I'm not going to say I'm not going to get autographs from somebody. Maybe I will, maybe I won't, but we're going there for the event itself, to watch, to listen, and have some fun. So
do you think this is going to be, and I keep getting different pieces of information, so maybe you have a better idea because you know a lot of people and stuff. Is this going to be a card show with all these athletes doing autograph stuff? Is this going to be a pop culture show, and there's going to be comics and cards and Marvel cards and what the hell, those little big head things that come in the
Funko Pops.
Funko Pops and artwork, and what the hell is gonna be there?
I don't really know, honestly. Like, I know there's going to be the card show component of it. There's going to be some cool things and some innovation, and that will be exciting. But I don't think it's going to be anything to the scale of the sports card, the expo, or the national. I think those are two separate events. This is an event. This is going to be celebrities and people and autograph gifts. And that's what I'm excited to see. And I've seen lots of different snippets, but I think afterwards, what comes out of it, people, if you're going there primarily to finish sets or build a collection.
I don't think it's that one. Yeah,
that's not for you. Again, there'll be a component. Maybe that component will grow over time. There'll be more, but
okay. What's the date of this event? It's coming soon.
2 weeks.
It's like 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks. Something like that.
All right. Do you think I'm being serious again. Do you think it's a problem that there's 3 of us on the screen right now? Bobby's off doing Bobby things. We've been involved in this hobby a long time. We care about it. We keep our ears to the ground to hear things and to learn things and be on top of things. And the 3 of us can't answer that question of what is this show all about? What's going to be there? Do you think that there might be some type of issue with that Fanatics is not doing a good job explaining exactly what Fanatics Fest is?
Do you know what? Maybe for number 1, they're building it up as a surprise.
So I'm gonna take a different angle on that, and I don't disagree with Brad saying I think they're still working out what they want it to be. Yeah, because for them, this is no, it's not, because you need a test run. You need to run through. What you need to figure out is where people gravitate more, because you're charging more. You're not charging what you're charging for a card show. Entry is more expensive. So you're trying to present, and you're also at a more expensive venue. You're operating in New York City. We talk about Chicago, we talk about Cleveland, we talk about New York City is a flat out more expensive venue, but they can handle the capacity if they want. They're not expecting 100,000 people through the door. That's not the point. The point is to figure out they've got a card show component. Yes. They're going to have some exclusives. They're going to do some of this stuff. Yes. They don't care about being the national 2.0, because the National has its own challenges and things it's got to figure out. The National itself might want to consider not being the National going forward and adjusting itself as well. What they're trying to figure out is if everyone gravitates towards the athletes, the appearances, and all this, and only a little bit gravitates towards the cards, we'll do a little bit of a mix and match. Different location, we may swap out the ratio, but we're more concerned about bringing your personal favorite and best friend Tom Brady, as opposed to we are getting a couple more card dealers in there. We're intentionally limiting the space for the card dealers because we don't care about that as much. It's closer to the 2000 All-Star game that I've talked about before, where they did the 2000 All-Star game and they had a whole fan fest and everything, and they had a card show in it, but the card show was this. The fan fest was this. It was, by the way, that doesn't mean there were no dealers. There were dealers there, and I bought cards there. But that was a secondary thing to the big fan fest. That was the point.
I agree.
Like,
and you know what? Look at it from this way, Eric. This is a prime point. So my entire life, Summer is turning 18, going to college next year. Her entire life has been focused around me and sports cards and collectibles. She has no interest whatsoever. She has never attended a card show. And we've invited her on every card show excursion we've ever gone. We've always gave her the opportunity to come. No interest whatsoever. She's pumped to go to the Fanatics event.
Sure. Okay.
So if you're Fanatics and you're looking, they're not trying to do the masses of the old school collectors, etc. That's a different thing. Their revenue source is coming from new product innovation, all this new stuff. Now we have a new person, my daughter, who has been around this, who had no interest. She might go to this and all of a sudden, you know what? This was the coolest thing. I met this person. I've seen this person. I got an autograph from this person. And then maybe she'll start to dabble into cards. Maybe she'll get excited about a new product. Maybe she will. Maybe she won't. But it's kind of marketing to that new clientele out there and saying, what's this going to be? And let's see and let's dabble in it.
I think that's wonderful. But and obviously I hope she has a wonderful time, you and your whole family.
Uh-oh.
I look at this as there's a new movie coming out. We're going to charge you $100 a ticket to see it. We'll tell you who's starring in it, but we're not going to tell you anything about what the movie's about. But trust us, fly to New York to the movie theater that we're having it in, pay the $100.
The problem for your analogy, Eric, they're telling you who's in the movie and you're there to see them. You're not there to see the plot of the movie. Again, the card show. If they just want to make a bigger card show, that's not that hard. Just undercut the National and be like, show up.
Yeah. No, I don't want to see Tom Cruise doing Shakespeare.
Too bad for you. You're going to enjoy it and like it.
They tell you Tom Cruise is in the movie. Great. I fly to New York, pay for that, get a hotel, pay for that. I pay for the extra ticket that, a movie's, $17, and now I got to pay $117. I get there, I sit down with my $200 thing of popcorn, and I'm all excited to see this new Tom Cruise movie. That's all I know about it. And he's doing Hamlet.
Great. Eric, let me repeat myself. When you look at Fanatics Fest, you can see the list of autograph signers. You can see the list of the people that are going to do appearances and doing things there. That's what they're selling. The card show is irrelevant. They don't give a shit. They could have done zero card show. Who cares? Like the point isn't a card. They're not selling it as a card show. They're not saying it's a card show. They never did
anything.
It's a celebrity event.
What the hell it is?
It is.
That's unfair. Listen, I know I go off the rails and I get mad at everything.
Clearly.
And everything sucks and is bullshit. I understand that's regular with me, but this doesn't make any sense.
I think it does.
Hold on.
He doesn't know.
Hold on. We're going to fact check Eric in real time. We're doing it right now.
No.
So here says, do you think the Fanatics is a better branded version of ill-fated and collected? Let's do it. I'm going to the Fanatics Fest site. I'm on a site right now. Let's take a look at the site.
Okay.
So here it is. Fanatics Fest Javits Center. They got a big old list of all the guests and everybody. A whole bunch. Big old list. Underneath, immersive sports festival, largest collectibles show. Collectibles is open-ended. That can be Funko Pops. That can be whatever. Autographs and photo ops. What more do you need to figure out? This is straightforward. You've never seen it. If you've ever been to a San Diego Comic-Con, it says comics in there, there's a bunch of people that go in there and they don't buy a comic. It's a Comic Con. Why wouldn't you buy a comic at a Comic Con? Because you don't give a shit about comics. You want to cosplay. You want to do 850 other things.
Right.
It's a
comics
social.
is one component of it.
It's a main social thing. That's what happened with Comic Con and actually the Expo, and I would say the National too, with all the things from 2000, all the shows and everything. It's turned into a large part of it being social.
Right, and how
Because
many?
everybody is accessible at this point. And people like that, and people want to belong to something like that. So, and look at the signing guests at the Expo compared to 5-8 years ago. There's like 20-fold.
And do you think, Bobby, like how many people could gravitate towards cards that weren't going to? Like that's the upside. That's how we're going to grow the hobby and the new stuff. Like look at the Toronto Expo with Tyson signing. How many people went to the Toronto Expo that only went there to see Mike Tyson, and maybe when they were walking through, they noticed cards, they noticed boxing cards, they noticed non-sport cards. Like that's the avenue that I think we have to go in order to keep growing the hobby. And some people don't want to grow the hobby anymore. Some people do, some people don't. But I personally do. I want more and more people to see the enjoyment that we get out of these pieces of cardboard for some strange reason that we all love, and it's part of who we are. I hope more people get to experience that and have that because I think it's a great thing.
I agree to a degree. I believe that I don't think they're seeding the future because in 10 years, you're going to look back and if you never went to a show or never bought a card, why would you get into cards? If you had a cereal box, if you had a Vachon cake, if you had Esso promote something more, at least you can say, hey, I got this kind of card on the back of the, they'll have something to look back upon and maybe carry them forward. So they're not seeding the future, and they haven't done that since Fanatics took over. So I think they're having issues that they think they can just advertise the heck out of everything, go forward and say, well, we advertised, we're spending so much money, but how do you convince people? And they're not convincing the fans. They haven't approached the fans yet. Oh, they're going to get to it. Well, that would be my first move, honestly. I'm just, I did that open letter. If you read my article, you know exactly what I said. And I think that's so true going forward. You have the hobby, and then you have the card industry. You have to meld them together and bring everybody in, not just and the regular people. And even what did on that show Victor said, bringing in the less fortunate people who don't have money and what have you, start issuing things to them or within, I don't know, toaster strudels or whatever, like they did in the 70s, 80s. Start putting stuff out there so there's cards or there's a collectible beside it. Get people into collectibles, because buying cards and looking at all the videos, it's kind of, I don't know, it's out there, because all the videos, or 99% of the videos, are about $5,000 cards and up, and 99% of the people don't buy $5,000 cards. So who are you advertising to? I'm just giving you double perspective here of the way I see it, the way I see things going forward, and the way things have been.
Yeah. So one thing I'll add real quick, and then I'll move to your point, Brad. But I just want to throw this out there, and I'll actually show it while I'm saying this as well, just so we're all on the same page. Again, I'm using from the same site. This is a celebrity-driven event that is meant to be a showcase for this, where they will include a section for sports cards. If people get interested in it, that's great. But it's more of a Fanatics branding activation thing that's really their own personal trade show. If they just wanted to do the National in New York, they could do that. All they would have to do is lower the price of the booths, adjust that accordingly. And by the way, the National, because they use that venue, there were hundreds of dealers, and this is something we forgot, and I want to touch on this as well, Brad. There were hundreds of dealers who literally set up at alternate shows outside of the National in Cleveland. They had a soccer one that actually was attended by folks, and then they had a second one that was the after show, where dealers who couldn't get booths in the National set up their own separate card show that people attended, that the fire marshal had to shut down because they had too many people. This is separate from the National because they couldn't get booths at the National. So they set up their own show that was very successful outside. So these are dealers that the National could easily, that the Fanatics could easily steal. If that's all they wanted to do, they just make it available to them, give enough room to set up and operate. So, but let me show you this as I'm talking as well. So if I'm presenting this to somebody, I'm not selling them on cards. You're selling them on the idea that you can go in and be like, oh, you want to see Sabrina Ionescu? There you go. Great. She's going to be there for autographs and photo ops. Great. You got Eli Manning, Peyton Manning, Lundqvist, and then you got a bunch of WWE folks. You got everybody's favorite brother. Cody Rhodes and Rhea Ripley, two of the most popular WWE folks right now in the current product. Basketball, football, Livy Dunn. Like, I'm sorry, these other shows are not getting Livy Dunn. And by the way, we know why they're going to go visit Livy Dunn. They're going to want their photo op and their autograph. It is the National isn't getting Livy Dunn. They can get some of these other folks, but there's plenty of them. A lot of the standard names you're going to see, but then some of the names are going to fall outside of it because Fanatics can get them because they've got deals. And I'm still going. And they got local. Vinny Testaveri is great for local New York market. That makes total sense. Doc Gooden makes sense for the local market. But then you've also got celebrities and other folks that fit in. And here's some more WWE folks. And these are some of the current WWE folks that they're able to sell and pitch on. Multiple champions, bigger names that are sitting there. They got CM Punk for this one. And then here at the very end, Frank Thomas, Pedro, and Dominic Wilkins. Great. You got a little bit of everything. Autographs and photo ops all over the place. That's what you're selling.
It's a great event. It's a Comic-Con, basically. Because you can sell a lot of stuff at Comic-Con, but people like to go and people like to socialize, people like to do what they want, and people you can't see normally will be at that show. So it's a different venue altogether, I understand. Yeah. And they're going to have cards there, of course, too, but it won't be the main venue. I understand. They're just doing their own thing.
Yeah, if the target was just to go for the card show demographic, you already know you got like 100,000 people at the National. And so let me put it in kind of a what's going to sound like a negative way, but it's just a factual way. Look, if you just want the card show guys, if you can get enough of them to come to the same place, you can get them into a cramped space, give them not enough food, not enough bathrooms, shove them into a box, and they'll be happy because they got to hang out with their friends. or you can make it a more premium experience and be like, we're going to get Livy Dunn because she's not going to the fucking National. So fuck you.
Yeah. And I could say, and I've been to I know there's some Mint Collective comments as well. I went to the Mint Collective, and to me, I absolutely thought it was a complete waste of time. And I said that right after you guys. Like, people that were there, it was just a mini card show. There might have been 100 tables of cards or less. It was just.
It was really a trade show masquerading as a card show. It was just this tiny little sliver. It was like, and that was another example of. It was panels and very specific thing. It was a good opportunity for trade people to come in and talk shop. It was an excuse for them to get into one venue and be able to have. If you're an influencer, you should definitely go to something like that. Something like that totally makes sense because maybe you can get in the room with Michael Rubin and some of those things and get some FaceTime and chat with them. And the content you could get out of it would be tremendous. There is a cost, but there is an expense to it as well. You can expense some of that. So that'll allow you to do that. But if it's just a card show thing, we already know the card show guys will accept a much lower bar. You don't have to treat them nicely. You can treat them like dirt. Stand outside in line, peasants. And
I think that's the benefit next year. The benefit the expo has is that it's twice a year. It's convenient. It's right by the airport. There's lots of hotels. There's great food, and and there is lots of dealers, and there is lots of guests now. So we hit every part of that. That part of the hobby, which is good.
Yeah, but Bobby, one thing I said, like when I read your article too, and I agree, I love what you wrote, and I agree with, I'm going to say almost all of it. But I just find now being in the face of kids in today, I don't know if I can articulate this the right way I want it to.
Sure. But
kids today, they want to see the $5,000 cards. Yes, they want to dream big. They want to think big. We buy, how many packs is that? 2,000 packs every year of National Hockey Card Day. And we give the cards out to kids that come in from all ages. And everyone that comes in the store, they'll get a pack of cards. They open it up. We tell them, they look at the base cards and they just leave them on the table. They don't, it doesn't bring them any. We tell them, you can pull an autograph in this. And their eyes light up and they want to open more. They want to go. And that's just the new generation. It's not. So if we did more food things, if we did more food issue, it's like now with Tim Hortons, it's like, yeah, you open it up and Tim Hortons is great what they do, but people don't care about the base cards. You can't give them away. They don't mean anything. It's just kind of, it's unfortunate in a ways with the hobby that it has gone that way, but that's just how it is. And I think we have to accept it, that the new generation's not going to be set builders. They're not going to care about a lot of these things. They're going to be in it for the flash, for the big expensive, for the dream big, the watch the breaks, the Yahoos. That's really what they're going to be.
Leprechaun cards.
And then you'll have a small percentage, just like now, a small percentage will gravitate back, and maybe they'll start to build some of the older sets. Maybe they'll start to do those things, but it will be a small percentage. The majority of the new people are there for the limelight, the big cards, the cars, the monies, the girls, the gold chain. That's just the way the world is now. And sometimes it bothers me when I see it, and I know it bothers us as hardcore cardboard collectors, but it's the way it is.
It's
right?
the gambling aspect that bothers me more than anything else.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing that's the drawback. Otherwise, do what you want.
I agree with you. It does.
And you can't get away with it. And where do you divide the line on that? You can't. So it is what it is, and I understand. And that's where I call it the card industry, opposed to the or card market, opposed to the hobby.
Yeah.
And that's the dividing difference. And there is a difference between the two.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But the
You were
hobby
saying
guys
I
will be
like-
dying off in the next 20 years. So
Oh, we can only hope. So Dave here's saying I like seeing the
you're
$100
part of
cards when I
that
was a
too,
kid.
Carlos.
Listen, I plan on dying off with them. So I like seeing the $100 cards when I was a kid. 5,000 is equivalent, but saying the cards aren't important, I don't agree with. Turning into gambling is not the path forward. Absolutely right. So I should open a blaster now. What a coincidence that I had one within arm's reach. I know, right? Listen, by the way, I was actually chuckling because I was doing errands with Cardinal Senior, and where we were by, we were like, let me pop into Walmart and take a look. They had them on clearance for $20. I was like, yes, $20. I'm in.
Back to
Let's
20.
do it.
But don't you
Well,
think
they are now. They were 40, but now they're 20. Now they're 1992. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
But all this started, the gambling, I know it's at a different level, and I understand the gambling point. I'm not going to condone that, but cards and gambling started in the 90s when we put in the Nolan Ryan autograph. Like you're always chasing that card. Like that's what you want to get. It's not like very few
true.
people just
I
care
believe that
about
100%.
cards. Yeah, like it's been around forever. It's just evolving into what it is now.
The
Well,
difference
the
is
thing
you could
is,
win.
so just to make kind of a side point about this, the reason why that became a thing was that the manufacturer wanted a reason for people to keep opening packs after completing the set.
Sure.
Because before that, okay, the set is 600. Talking baseball, the set is 660 cards, 792 cards, whatever. Okay, you get 15 cards per pack, 36 packs per box. You open 3 boxes, unless your collation is literally the worst, which is possible, but unless your collation is the worst, you're basically done the set.
Yeah, they had the box.
Then
sets
what?
Then too, though. So
Exactly.
you
But
just wanted
the
to
point is,
bypass it and go.
but let's say you wanted to try to pull it from packs. You open 3 boxes and you pretty much got it. Or if not, if your buddy opens 3 boxes, between the two of you, you probably got it. There's no more reason to open any more packs. Why would you need, like, your set's done? It's over.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So
exactly.
giving the pull gave an additional reason to open beyond the 3 boxes. And I'm just using 3 as a number, but the concept's the same.
Well, see, and there is a difference, Brad, between that is that if you pulled something nice, you'd get a free tank of gas. Now it's a free car. You pull,
No, I know,
or a house, or and that's where it gets extreme. And everybody's looking at the big kahuna. Everybody wants the big pull. Carlos wants the big pull right now.
I'm trying, man. Listen, I'm trying.
Mhm.
So this is 2122 O-Pee-Chee Platinum. Here's an Anze Kopitar. These are the Walmart exclusives. So coming from Walmart.
Kopitar,
I know, right?
Wow.
I know. The best part is whenever I get a rookie and I have no idea who the fuck it is. Carlos Sr. opened one of the blasters and he was like, hey, did I pull anybody good? I have no idea, old man. No clue. Couldn't tell you.
Eric, why are you so quiet again? Can we get you fired up again? Come on. What's your thoughts here?
Say
Oh no.
what
Don't
about
get him going.
gambling in the hobby?
No, I mean, again, we can. I don't think
It's a
any.
natural part of the hobby. Understood. Understood.
There's an Austin Matthews. Imagine somebody pulling an Austin Matthews on a break. It's crazy.
No, I like it. And we can dislike it, but at the end of the day, it is here, and I don't think it's ever going to go away. And we can either complain about it every day, or we can accept it and move
I
on.
choose complaining.
And you
And
do. That's true.
You can drive it forward, or not. I guess. You have that
Drive it
choice.
backward.
Everybody has to sleep at night, so whatever you want to do, it's up to you. It's your choice in life.
There you go. So this is not the thing. So this is actually the reason why people give Upper Deck such a hard time. So here's a marquee rookies, Jacob Pedersen from the Stars, and there's like a gunk or a residue on the bottom of the card straight from the back. It's got some gunk residue and whatever. At the end of the day, like, who cares?
Maybe it's gum.
But yeah, maybe. But here, this one, you like this one, Brad. Check this one out. So this is a Jean-Gabriel Pajot. But look at the centering.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, straight from the pack.
I love it. I got something pretty cool to show.
Technology at its greatest.
Good Lord, like straight from the pack, man. That wasn't even close. Like guys, get a ruler.
Good, that's the special insert version.
Is that the
Yeah,
7980 case?
Exactly, I know, right?
Can't see it. Focusing on it.
Yeah, oh, is that 91?
Yeah, and then if you see, this was from my uncle's house that we know passed
Oh
away.
yeah.
This
Oh
is
yes, that's right.
stamped on it, Heartland Pro Home Center.
Oh wow.
So in 1990, we bought direct from Opeachy. That was I set it up with Gary Corinne. I met him with my dad. We flew up, and he let us set up to buy.
I would
direct.
argue the stamp on the box and the provenance it gives is actually worth a little bit more
And
personally.
these
Just from
boxes,
keeping.
they still shine. Like he kept them. He cracked the case, but they're absolutely perfect. And I just like the box with the hardware store. Like I'm gonna. Well, I'll have this forever. I got to keep it just how it is, but pretty
Of
cool.
course.
I would just do that.
That's
Are you
nice.
going to open any of the boxes, Brad?
No, I no. It's just it's not full, but I'm just going to keep it like this with the.
That's fair. Yeah,
Back
that's
to
fair.
memories. And it was $7.60 a box was our cost direct
I believe
from
it.
OPG.
I believe it. Yeah, it wasn't crazy at that time.
Meaning it's
Is that
crazy
what we're
now?
saying?
What? Huh?
A little bit.
Mhm.
So Dom here saying these young whippersnappers will wise up to vintage someday. Once upon a time, I was one of the young whippersnappers, and Dom today is one of the young whippersnappers. And listen, if you're doing your job properly, if you tell the kids, tell them, fuck no, don't do it. Don't waste your time.
Bobby, you and Eric, Carlos, I think all three of you will like this. Some people would have no idea when I bought it. One of the young guys, like, why would you buy that? This is it's a Abbott and Costello.
Nice.
Right? Who my dad's favorite two guys loved Abbott and Costello, and it's from Topps Transcendent. It's a 101, but I just thought it was super cool. So I'm gonna try to get a nice hold of it.
What is it?
It's a cut autographs on metal. Take it out of that holder.
Yep. It's got a big like metal holder of it, and then the cuts are inside of it, which is
Yeah.
actually kind of a neat idea.
Okay.
So the back of it,
Oh, I see. You gotcha. Okay.
and then they take the cut.
Which is actually a pretty good presentation. I'll give him credit for that because that's actually pretty neat.
Well,
for
that's a
display
nice
purposes.
piece. See,
Yeah.
that is a
Yeah.
nice piece to put in a frame, or it is in a frame already. So,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so you basically just have to find the right holder to put it, but it's already framed for you, so it's already set up nicely.
What year is that? Sorry.
You've just received oversized dual cut signature card from 2022 Topps Transcendent Collection.
See, that's
Comedian
nice.
and actor Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Nice,
And that's a nice piece. That's a great
And there's a
piece.
good comment here that I'll touch on that. I'll show two good things. There's your Cole Caulfield. We got one of the sweet selections, Cole Caulfield. Oh.
Yay!
Hey, listen, this is one of the names from that year, so whatever. So this is the matte pink, and it is the Jacob Bernard Docker.
Mm.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing I was able to get the blaster on discount. Opening card packs always is a game of chance. Yes, it is. The cost per box is not what makes it a gambling aspect concerning. Yes, but if you're opening $20 boxes, it's pro collection concern. Yeah, at $20 a blaster, it's who cares, whatever.
Exactly.
That's the reason why it's okay for me. When I walk in and I see the 1992 thing, it's like, yeah, I'll take a couple of those. Carlos Sr. opened one. He had a good. Carlos Sr. got entertainment for a couple of minutes opening a $20 blaster.
Yeah,
good enough. It's fine. And I'm not going in with any crazy. This stuff is going to end up being in penny sleeves. This is going to end up in my ComC. I'm going to hand it off to Barry from ComC, and they'll take it. They'll take it from here, and I'll get a couple of bucks back, and it'll be fine. Dom here saying that's amazing, Brad. Who signed first? Valid question.
That's
Love
awesome.
it. Awesome. You win.
Good
you
comment.
win tonight.
Good comment, Dom. Good comment.
It's the best.
Dave says the primary purpose has changed. This is what I'd say. Dufex. I open packs as a kid for fun. There's no feeling of losing. I got 15 more cards. It is true, but I listen. I remember opening those packs back in the day. If I got a bunch of Yankees, I lost. Looks like Art Deco. Yep. I don't recall ever feeling I got nothing. No, if I pulled a bunch of Yankees and a bunch of things and I didn't get any Jays, I lost. I got nothing. I got less than nothing. Straight in the trash. Great cut auto card, Brad. Don't Transcendent boxes sell for 20 or 30K. Transcendent's expensive. Transcendent's pretty high.
I think it's something ridiculous. So,
yep.
And I'm sure whoever pulled that was probably like disappointed. You know what I mean? When they pulled that their cut auto, but to me that was just fantastic. So
it's a good one, yeah, for sure.
Nice
T206 kid getting for the Abbott and Costello fans. Nicely done.
Yeah.
Opening packs a kid, hoping a struck gold with a big money hit. So look, I don't disagree with the premise, but I will throw something out here, and this is important. By the time, and that's why I say, like, we can talk, age demographics and all that, and we've got several generations represented. Like Eric's at least in his early thousands. He's not quite as old as Bobbles. That's a different conversation. That's a different thing. He's tens of thousands of years old, but we've got different generations covered. I turned 41 this year in July, and Beckett already existed. You were trying to, if you were opening packs, you were looking for a couple of the rookies that were in something in there, yeah. Or you were looking for your favorite team. I was looking for Blue Jays, and I was looking for some of the nicer rookies. That was in the early 90s. Let's not sit here and pretend that in the early 90s, which, by the way, is now 30 years ago, let's not pretend that we did not know anything about prices and that dealers didn't sell certain cards for more because they were higher in the Beckett guide. Like, what are we talking about? So is it possible that you lived in a purer time? Yes. But the problem is I'm 41 and I didn't live in a purer time. Eric's 50 at least, minimum. He didn't live in a purer time. How far back do we have to go to find the purer time? How old do you have to be to have lived in the purer time?
Or it's not the purer time. It's the difference. You talk about, opening cards that were, how much did it cost you back then? Not much. What are they worth today?
It was like I think they were 50 cents a pack at that point. 50 cents a pack. Give or take.
Yeah. And today, and you could get anybody and anything for that price. And today's price you can't. And it puts people up in different levels. Now we'll see what happens.
Unless it was one of those big cards, because the early 90s guides, the 52 mana was up to like $8,000 at that point. Which obviously in $1991 is like massive, like, oh my God, $8,000, dear Lord.
And there was tons of food.
Does such money exist in this world?
There was tons of food issue and merchandise back then too.
Yeah.
80s, 90s.
Well,
very little.
You used to be able to get $100 for any of the craft sets, the factory sets.
Oh yeah.
$100 a set. Now you can pick them up for $20. Most people don't care. It's kind of sick because that was always a highlight, right?
It was fun. Yeah.
It was wicked. I love those.
There you go. I got a couple of good comments here. I wanted 36, but when I started going to shows in the early 2000s in New Jersey, dealers were still smoking inside the show floor. Good times. There you go. Here you go. Dufak says Don West lived in a pure time. Facts. Hobby Goat. I remember when the price went from 25 cents to 30 cents. Terrible. Outrageous.
Yeah.
I know.
When they hit $1, I almost threw up on the floor.
Wait. So Eric, though, which time? Hold on. Which time? Because this is important. Hold on. In the spirit of hashtag scholarship, there were different times, right? Upper Deck came out in 89 with $1 a pack, but they were in front of the other ones. Tops was still less. Score was still less. Fleer was still less. So Upper Deck came out as a premium at $1 a pack. So for them, they were pushing ahead. Tops did eventually get there, but it took them a couple more years. So are we talking about when the base, when like a Tops or a Fleer or whatever reached $1? When Upper Deck reached $1 in 89.
Yeah, I'm talking like 1990. Upper Deck shows up. They went from wax to cellophane. They went from cardboard to whatever materials they were using, with nicer photos and no gum and all that. And the things were $1 and change. I was like, what the hell happened? I mean, you have to understand, at 1990, I'm in high school. It's like, I don't have, $100,000 in the bank. So it's like $1. Are you kidding me?
Listen, it's the year 2024 of our Lord. I'm not sure you have $100 in the bank.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have any money. It's all
that's what I'm saying. Like, we're talking about a different conversation. That's crazy. That's a different issue.
I'm not allowed to have money because when I have it, I spend it.
Yeah, listen, your wife needs the money so she can go to Florida and hang out with Ham.
Does she know what you got?
I don't want to talk about that.
Are you hiding what's in your front pocket right now from the wife? Because we can tell her what's in there. We've seen that earlier.
Mhm.
You shut up.
Besides the knife. Besides the knife.
Cash only, no names.
She doesn't
Zach
need to
says,
know about that.
good old days before we knew what everyone was CT scanning everything. True. We can actually talk about that for a minute in a second.
Yeah.
Refractor was saying $5.59 Upper Deck was the regular within a week of release. Yes. So like I said, so first 89 Upper Deck was $1 a pack, but obviously demand in some areas pushed the price up. Same thing happened, by the way, with 93 Finest. It's good to remind people occasionally because they try to think so far ahead and they're like, oh my God, the prices. 93 Finest became like $20 and $25 a pack in short order in 1993. Think about 1993 and think about what $25 was. That's a lot of money, man. That's a lot of money.
That at all. When it was $25 for a box of cards, I had to stop buying them.
Yeah. You know, and it's true that we forgot about a lot of that stuff, Carlos. Maybe in the coming weeks, I'll bring. My uncle wrote every purchase he made right from when we started in 1988. So I've got these long sheets of paper, and it'll be like, bought from Brad, 1989, Sunday afternoon, 7 cards for $1.75, 25 cents. And then it works its way through. But one of them I found was 1990 Upper Deck Factory Sets Baseball. And my uncle was very thrifty. He paid $95 a set, and he bought a case of them. And inside the case, I think there was 12 sets in the case at $95 a box. And I remember him thinking that this was a good investment, solid, long-term deal. And like, that's when we forget, like you said, 93 Finest went to $20. Those factory sets were selling for 100. If he bought them for 95, they were probably selling for 150 to 200 at the time because he got a deal to buy a case of them, right?
Yeah,
we forget.
And we have to put it in the context of the time and what dollars were worth and what you could buy with dollars at that point. So I think the only point I'm making, just so we're all on the same page. Look, we deviate between ridiculousness to seriousness, so we're going to be on the serious side of the spectrum here. Occasionally, I like to bring that up just to reorient us so that we get past the current. Today, everybody freaks out about everything. There's an upside and a downside to having been inside of the hobby a long time. There are collectors who've been in the hobby longer than I have who still don't have the experience that I have because they took long breaks. I was here from 1990 straight through today. That means I've seen the whole 34 years and all the stuff in between. So I watched it. For me, it moved in slow motion. I wasn't quite following. But then now, all this time later, I'm like, no, I remember that. I was there for that. I remember that, and I remember that, and I remember that. But it's good to bring it up as context to be like, so when you tell me today, oh my God, these boxes are so expensive, I'm sitting there like, yeah, you're right. Like, you're not wrong. I'm not telling you wrong. And in my brain, I still struggle when a box price is over $100. Psychologically, it's a psychological barrier. I still struggle with it sometimes. But then at the same time, I'd be like, in 1998, I was buying boxes for $65, $70. So I can't sit there and say that a box that's $120 in the year 2024 is outrageous when I was paying $65, $70 in 1998. Is it really outrageous?
At that time, low-end product at this time.
Well, but I'm saying, True. But like it's all in context. Well, but the $65 was like 1998 tops.
It'll just never work out for everybody, and to be happy. So
no, for sure. But I'm saying, Bobby, the $65
apples, you're comparing, different things. Like a box back then.
But the thing is, Bobby, I'm not. But I'm not, because the 1998 $65 was 1998 Topps flagship. It was flagship. Mm-hmm. Today, flagship is like $120.
Oh, what was the highest price box back then?
It's not that crazy.
So what was the highest price box back then? Was it
in 98? Probably a couple $100 a box. Yeah.
So highest price box today.
Oh, thousands and thousands and thousands.
We'll move on.
Yeah. Brad, why don't you tell us how much is the highest product? No.
Who knows?
Yeah. No, the thing is, what Bobby's saying is true.
You don't even
if we're talking about,
you get your money's worth when you buy those.
Oh, no doubt. So the thing is, if we're talking about all right, I'm gonna mute Eric so I can finish my point. So the point is that at the high end, yes, but when I'm comparing tops to tops, it is the same brand and it is the same flagship product. But tops has gone up, yes, but it hasn't gone up 10x. based on the idea here, is it should have gone up. So if it was $65 in 1988, it should be $650 a box today. It's not. Video games were $65, $70 in 1992. Today they're $80. Is it more? Yes, but I'm like, well, actually, it's, believe it or not, with inflation, it's actually gotten cheaper, which is weird. Makes no sense. But
no, I get it. But we're using context again, so we can use it whichever way we would like to use it. But if we take in consideration, you're talking flagship to flagship, but the product that was around back then, comparatively speaking to the product that's around today, it's non-comparable.
That part is true. Here you go.
Yeah.
Billy says, all I'm hearing is Carlos give me permission to raise our prices. That's exactly what I said, Billy. I think you should charge at least $500. Listen, Billy, I want to encourage you. Hold on, Brad. I want you to listen. This is important. I need to tell Billy something very important. Billy, between you and me, don't ignore the chat. I think you should go to the Upper Deck Facebook page every time you share anything related to a product and see the rapturous praise that Upper Deck gets for his product. Rapturous praise. And that's not just from Eric. I'm just talking in general, rapturous praise about the value proposition of that product. So yes, I want you to raise prices across the board. That said, also note, I love Schadenfreude, and I am the Burning Elmo meme. but also raise prices across the board, just so we're clear. Moving on.
And I promise to Billy that even if you raise prices, I will continue purchasing the same amount of cards as I do now.
That's a commitment right there. That is a huge commitment. Corrector has this. Don't forget though, Carlos, you could buy a box for $75 to $150, but the difference is the singles where it shows within a week 50% of bag it. Yes. No, totally. You have to break in all the components of it. Now, the biggest difference back then was that even if you pulled like an average box, the percentage that you could get back for it, moving the singles, if you move them at release, was higher. Today, if you do like average or below average, you get like 5% of what you just paid.
Well, I'll play your side here right now. Beckett. I won't even go there. PSA wasn't really around, or the infancy at that time. Where today it's full blown. So there is a big difference. This is driving that price differential too. On top of that, so you can't compare. If the market was back then, those cards $65 box would be $600 box maybe. At that time period, maybe not that much, but maybe double it, maybe a little bit more.
It held the initial value at release better. Yeah. That's basically what it was. It held the initial value better. You didn't
care about centering so much and corner dings and slight touch on. No, we didn't. It's just the cards, right?
Yep. So here it is. So Dufex is kind of touching on what I'm referring to. Distracted by the ultra premium product, which has definitely gone up by many multiples. Outrageous pricing. There you go. Nice. But their benchmark products are basically the same cost and inflation adjusted basis. Yeah, that's all I'm getting at. So some of the baseline products are still around where they were. The more you pay, the more they're worth. Oh, please, could you reply to that on the Facebook page? Brad, we need some screenshots. Let's go.
So are Billy, you telling me what my Alec Manoa collection is worth?
Oh, boy.
Because
it's on a nosedive. Oh my God. The good news, Brad, is if it keeps nosediving as hard as it does, eventually it will either go through the earth to the core or it'll bounce up just because it has no choice.
Yeah.
Physics. More cards per box back then for all products. Yes, that is true. Yep. So the difference between primary and secondary markets, given evolved digital distribution models and business to consumer distribution. We love some B2C. Well done, Dufex.
Agreed.
Fractal Jones saying grading wasn't for modern cars in PSA's infancy. It was all about vintage. In the early days, yes. It was predominantly about that. Mm-hmm. But the point, though, is in the let's say late 90s, I'll use late 90s example. You could move those singles in the early, because people were still building the sets. eBay was around, but people weren't crazy.
It was slowly coming back into being a hobby.
Yeah. So I just know that because buddies and I would like split a case, and we could move the singles and still get a decent percentage of our box back at that time. And we wouldn't grade it because there was no point. It was just a waste of time. Like, just send it straight to the market, get it out the door, and you could get a decent percentage. And then obviously as people got more stuff, the price went down accordingly. Today, if you get a bad box, you're dead in the water. Basically throw it in the garbage can. Like, you're done. Like, you're done. Get in the market anytime you want. It's not moving. So it's like no one cares. If you have a bad break like that, it's like, yeah, it's just gonna sit. Good luck. Paul says that perk up in Manoa. That's right. We do allow ourselves some Manoa. Well done. Good times.
Mm-hmm.
But those are different times, and I get it. And it's one of those things where I don't blame anybody. But look, I have to be honest. Like, you saw me break a blaster, but I also said in the same conversation, I was at a Walmart. I was helping my dad with some errands. I walked in there and I saw it on discount for $20. There's a big difference in me throwing $20 at a little blaster, a couple of blasters, letting Carlos Sr. open one of them. He doesn't even know what's in it. He doesn't care. He just likes opening packs. So fine, open it. Go ahead. I literally told him, it's like, no, go ahead. I'll save one for the live stream and then, yeah, open the other one. Go ahead. It was $40 to me. I don't care. I've thrown away money on dumber things. But he was able to have some fun for a couple of minutes, and he didn't care what he pulled. Didn't make any difference. But I also knew I threw my money away. Guess what? I'm going to put this stuff on ComC. I'll make a couple of bucks back, but I've lost my money. But I knew that. I knew that going in, and I didn't care. But if you tell me the box is $250, well, then I care a lot. that matters a lot more to me because I don't like losing that much money.
No,
$40, I can live with it. Whatever. It's entertainment expense. $250. I better be damn well entertained, Brad. I better be fucking entertained.
To no end.
I wasn't. I opened a box of Immaculate WWE and it sucked. That annoyed me.
It's pretty brutal, yeah. So that's the problem in a nutshell. The reason people complain, why do people use breakers so much? Because it's just too damn expensive. If the box is so expensive and you get destroyed, it feels real bad to get destroyed in a $400, $500 box. That doesn't feel good. There's no justification you can make. You can't even cite entertainment value because it takes you 5 seconds to open the box.
How much is this worth now?
Probably $150. Have you kept it closed this entire time?
But I paid
Is that the one you opened?
150. That's the one I opened, actually. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about $1.50.
Yeah, and I'm talking. I paid 150. So
Yeah, I know.
You opened a new box, Tim. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I did. I bought.
That was the one at the show, right?
That
That was the one at the show, right?
When the card,
Yeah,
because card was worth $1,000 raw. Just yeah.
Yeah.
And
I was actually, you know what's funny? Because I haven't seen Josh tonight. I was going to ask because there is a Collecticon in Hamilton, and I was kicking around the idea of going down Hamilton Way because I know a few folks down by that way and saying hello and just popping in for a little bit. We got a long weekend and everything, so thought it'd be kind of fun to pop in. But
so there is a show there.
Yeah, the Collecticon thing is happening every holiday weekend apparently. So
oh, really? Because there's I know there's a show in Hamilton. It's at the Michelangelo Center there every long weekend, but I don't know if this is technically a long weekend because I think half the people are working. This is not your typical holiday, so I don't know if it's really on. I'm gonna have to look into it.
Yeah, so this is the one I'm referring to. So I don't know if this is the one you're thinking of. So I'll show it.
No, it's not. It's different.
Yeah. So this one here.
Oh, it is. Yes.
Yeah. So they got it August the 5th, civic holiday, just right there.
Yep. Okay, it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the one. Yeah.
Monday.
So that is on the.
To that?
I'm kicking it. I was kicking it around. Yeah.
Does my wife work? Because I'll go. I'll pass right by your place. I can pick you up and charge you $65 for the ride. And well, I got to get that box money back from 19.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you probably didn't even make it back. Anyway. All right, Bobby. So outside of the live stream, let's chat, let's converse because I'd be game to go pop in and check it out under the right circumstances. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what happens. I like attending. I've decided I like attending some of these little shows now because honestly, I get some entertainment value from it.
Sorry, what did they call it again?
They call it the Collecticon.
But I think that's what it's called all the time.
Yeah.
So it's a mixture of sports.
Yeah, toy, card, and collectible show. Yeah,
and,
toy, card, and collectible show.
Pop vinyls. Okay, yeah. So it's the same one. Yeah.
Yeah. Also known as Fanatics Fest.
Oh, Fanatics Fest. Yeah, totally.
There it is.
It's gonna be amazing.
They were hiding. But I go to that show all the time, so I know exactly where it is. I go every.
So, Brad, congratulations! You made it 2 hours. I give you a thumbs up. You did it.
I was going to make it. I just wanted to. The last thing, my pickup. This is funny because this is what I talked to you about earlier, Carlos.
Yep.
This was my big purchase, my Ryan Reynolds auto at the Cleveland show that Neo has talked about that he was looking at. That I paid over comps because I wanted to have the card and. I'm quite happy to pay over comps on it. So
Sounds good. So, Brad, before you go, first of all, appreciate you popping in as always. Again, no matter what Eric says about you, we appreciate and enjoy your presence. Oh, but you and I are going to connect. We're going to chat on a couple of things. We're going to have some fun. So, everybody, I'm going to remind everybody: AMG Collectibles, AMGcollectibles.ca. I'm doing a lot of stuff with Sherry and Steve and Blair and all those guys on there. But I'm going to repeat it out loud so that you all keep me accountable. Keep reminding me when we get closer to the show. I want to expand our plans. I want to do a couple more things related to some content and everything. But that means we'll have to coordinate. We'll have to prepare ahead of time and make sure we get that set up because I think we can have some fun. We can have some fun at this fall expo. That's my intention. But we're going to have to plan it out in advance.
I won't have a
and I promise we will keep Eric out of it. He will be on the outside looking in. He will be banned from the building. We'll let him come all the way down. And he will be banned from the building. He will never be allowed in. It'll be awesome.
I'll see if I can join. I'll be gone next week, but I'd love to be able to come on Friday night and give you my bird's eye view from Fanatics Fest. So,
that'd be great. Yeah,
that would be awesome. Yes.
Now,
Eric, you can yell at me, Eric, and tell me I wasted my time and that it sucks.
Yeah.
But Brad, if you do that, could you you need to talk to some people? Could you see what you can do? See if you can take a bunch of selfies with Tom Brady and just take a bunch of pictures and literally just be like,
yes.
Okay, good. I can do that.
Amazing. And we'll do it for Eric.
Shows.
We'll do it for Eric. It'll be amazing.
So you're going to be like 4 hours away from me. Are you coming by this way at all?
No, hell no.
To throw a Molotov cocktail, maybe.
Hey, as you may recall your earlier conversation with me, I'm going to take my prop plane and I'm just going to plunk it in New York, and then I'm going to
Hudson.
right in the Hudson, right where Sully did. I'm going to come back, and then I'm going to fly directly back, and I'm going to bring the smoke with me. So I can't make it to Boston.
All right,
amazing.
But I will. I'm thinking of doing a Boston show. One of the ones this year. That's on my agenda. Just to come down and see you. Though.
Is there any left this year?
We still got Shriners, which is really big.
Yeah.
One of these days, Brad. Well, one of these that we should do, we'll talk offline. One of these days, what we should do is we should go down to one of these Boston shows and roll up Eric in a carpet and throw him off a bridge.
Totally
done. You, me, his wife, his kids, everyone will be in on this. It'll be awesome. It'll be our own Boston Tea Party, except it's not tea. It's just Eric. Throw this fucker.
I love it. All right, boys. Well, it was great chatting with everyone. Thanks, chat. Have a great night.
Have a good one, Brad. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate you.
Hey, guys.
Well, Brad.
Have a good night. So that's Brad Harlan, president of PSA Canada and appreciator of Eric like everyone else.
Oh, yes.
God, I hate him so much.
It happens.
Oh, well. What are you going to do?
We're going to keep working on it. We're going to keep working on it, Zach. Hit that like button because Eric's paying for it, man. We're getting close to 200 because the rates are going up after 200. It's going to be crazy.
Exactly.
This is my last show. It doesn't matter. I don't care what you do.
You do not have a last show. You don't get to leave. You will be here after I'm gone from the show.
Yes.
That's how bad it is.
Still. Yeah.
Yep. You've got a lifetime and beyond contract. You don't even know yet.
Was it not explained in page 91?
Yeah, exactly. If you read the acknowledgments of True Rookie Card, pages 91 and 92, where Hobby Goats are there, and Jimbo, we got that on there. We got God, Victor's wife, Bobby Historian Bobby Burrell. I know that guy.
Yeah.
Jimbo Beckett, trash. Edward Healy,
Who?
Your humble man of peace. We got that on here. And then no one else of importance. That's it.
That's it. So if you don't have your True Rookie Card book, go buy it.
Indeed. On Amazon. On Amazon. That's right. Now you know. If you didn't know, now you know. Stupid saying, is Carlos banned from the Fanatics Fest too? No, that one is just an expense thing. I actually wouldn't mind. Look, I find myself in this weird spot. So let me talk this out with you guys. I find myself in this weird spot that I love the idea of visiting certain places and certain things. That's why I was joking. That's why I was saying about the Collecticon. I wouldn't mind popping in. Like for me, Hamilton is not so far away. That's not that crazy. It's certainly even if, again, Bobby and I will coordinate. Even if I wasn't able to, though, I'd literally be able to pop in for a night. Like I know things there, and I know people there, and I know a few folks there, and I could pop in and, hey, how's it going? We grab a pint, hang out for an evening, and then I attend the show in the morning, and then zip back over because it's within range. It's all reasonable. So that'd be doable. That'd be okay. But the for some of the longer shows, though, then I have to plan that out. It just means I need to be thinking about. But what I want to do, especially next year, 2025, I think will be a good year for it because I'll plan it out in advance. I'd love to visit some regional shows because there are certain things that make sense, certain shows that would make sense for me. I wouldn't mind attending an East Coast National because I can go visit and participate because they've got a couple throughout the year. There's a couple of them, and they got two different locations. There's one that's like the Long Island thing, and then there's the traditional East Coast National. The East Coast National would be all right for me. That's one. Some of the regional shows, I would love to attend a Dallas show, but it means I got to think about it in advance, plan in advance because I have to fly down. So, but that's doable. But I could do multiple regional shows, and it would cost me less than attending one national. And I know people in those different places, and I could be like, by the way, I'm going to go visit down this particular show, especially when they run multiple shows per year. That's something like that. Dufex, come to Philly. Yes, something like that would also work. Like, so the point is, I would love to make a visit to a couple of regional shows, and it would still make more sense for me. It'd be easier for me to come by and say hello to some folks that are there and check out the show and check out the scene and make a couple of videos and call it a day. That'd be cool. I'd love to do it. But it's all timing. It's all timing and cost. I gotta pay attention to that. I want to enjoy myself.
You have something better to do.
Wes is a fellow man of peace. He's appreciating it. I'd love to do it though. I would enjoy it. By the way, I would make videos related to it because it'd be fun. But yeah, I'd like to make that a priority for next year, especially. That would be something that I'd enjoy.
I lied. They don't have the Shriners show anymore, so there's nothing for you to come down here.
All eyes.
Oh yes,
all eyes. I recommend Philly over the East Coast National. Fair. Philly is a big show. I hear a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
Wes clears up clarifies. Thank you, Wes. Thank you, Wes. But yeah, I think that would be fun for me. I would enjoy that. But so, like, look, we give a hard time to the national and everything. I would enjoy attending several of those regional shows. If I attended 2 or 3 of those regional shows, it would cost me probably about the same, and I'd probably get more out of it. Personally, like that's to each their own, but I would get more out of it attending some of those. That'd be fun for me.
Mm-hmm.
I sat under the former North Stars retired jersey number at the Dallas Stars game. Nicely done. Neil Broughton or one of the other ones? I asked.
Dino.
Maybe Dino. Might be Dino. Yeah, that's another one. That'd be another valid choice. Yeah, there's a couple of good ones there. So I think that'll be fun. All right. Let me we'll switch gears here. But before we do, may I indulge in a little more Fish Boy slander because we wanted to make sure we got our timing with Brad. So let me indulge a little more Fish Boy slander.
We needed to make sure we got that in.
It's important, man. It's important. By the way, there is something we're going to work on. So Bobby, maybe we'll work on this as well. Workshop this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to necessarily wait until the next show. I want to see if I can get Menzie on because I think Menzie attended the national, and I also want to ask him some questions. So see if we can inquire on a few things before. We're going to do it long before here the next expo because they're going to go to 3 halls. It's going to be different setup and everything.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get a preemptive, overview on what's going to happen at the next expo. And actually getting ahead of the game is probably better, and he's more available, I would say, around this time. So
I think so. So, and I also want to see if he's learned because Steve is a good student of the game as far as the conventions. So I'd be curious if he got any lessons learned because I do think we appreciate the expo. We enjoy it for what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But does that mean it's perfect? No. Are there things that can still improve? Yes. And he's been good about adding certain elements to it. I would also still love to see, we can get internet at the expo. I would still love to see it improved. It can still be better.
Yeah.
It can still be enhanced. So are there things we can do that will make that a better experience? Are there things we can do to accommodate and do a better job for people that are doing the content? Can he just give me a media pass because frankly, I'm Carlos and I deserve it? Like these are important questions we need to ask. Important questions.
Yeah. Permanent in perpetuity.
Obviously. So to me, listen, I know for a fact, one of the folks that's there, they hand out media passes like candy to randos. I'm deeply concerned by this. I think the standards need to be raised. Listen, I think you need to be at least acknowledged in hobby publications
At
to
least
even get a chance to be discussed in these matters.
I am mentioned in there. I don't know if you guys noticed and really paid attention. Okay.
That Boston fuck? Is that
No. Okay. No. Let me read it to
who
you.
that was.
Hold on. Page 92. Okay. Under Chris. I have saved my favorite before last.
Oh,
To
yes,
Eric.
right. Mhm.
To Eric, who follows
I don't believe that's
our
what it said, no.
content on YouTube, website, and social media. Thank you for the support you showed through comments and for tapping that like button. You are amazing, and
You
you
might
are
have
the
something
wind
there, Carlos.
beneath my wings.
You
See?
might have something there. It was a typo, so they left the word Eric out, but tapping the like button
Mm.
kind of does have a little bit of semblance to what he's
See?
talking.
That was to me.
Oh, well,
I'll let you live your fantasy, live the dream. So name here says the crew should hit up a Vancouver show. I'll come meet up only 4 to 5 hours from here. So I think so let me touch on this. I know Bobby's already shaking his head, and I kind of agree. And here's the problem:
Vancouver's expensive far.
that this is the so actually, can we touch on a topic, because I think this would be actually kind of fun topic that also ties in the national thing, but it applies here. So this I think would be fair. Dom says media pass were cut down significantly for this year's national. I get it. Eric made it page 92. He made it page 192. You got to really go deep, deep in the book.
Part 2.
So I was going to touch on was
read
that
good.
obviously a lot of people are touching on with the national. They're talking about the location, which one we talked about that earlier tonight, and a lot of the discussions and critiques and all that. The expo obviously always runs out of the International Center. Different halls, different configurations over different years, but it's still the same location. It hasn't been a problem. Why? One part is because, number one, it's right beside an airport. It does have, even though the hotels are not physically right there beside each other, they're still in proximity. They're clustered well.
You can walk
in a close. Yeah,
from
you can totally do it, and I've done it. It's doable.
Food.
But you're still close enough that you can definitely get up and down if you need to. It's not a big deal. But here's the key. The location itself does allow for enough capacity. They can add additional halls if they need to. There are things they can do that allow it. But here's the other important component of it. In Canada, locationally, it makes a lot of sense. There's only a handful of places in the country that would work. You could try to do it in Quebec, but there aren't a lot of venues that can hold it. It doesn't have the capacity. It doesn't have that. The capacity is always the problem. As soon as you go out west, your problem is, okay, I got to get on a plane. So how much is it going to cost me to get on a plane? Then I got to get the hotel. Then I got to do all these things. And this is the point that I'm trying to get across. The expo has worked, and this is also plays into the whole national discussion. Part of the reason why I joke about being banned from the national. Remember what we talked about earlier. What are the folks that went to a lot of the vlogs say? Hang out with my friends, hang out with my friends. That's my favorite part about it. Fair enough. Totally with you. But I also gave you the analogy earlier. There's only so far I'm willing to do if a friend calls me up and says, hey, I want to hang out and have a beer, and they're across town, sure. You know, they're a little further than across town. Okay, depending on what we're talking about, sure. But there's a point at which I'm like, dude, I can't. I'm not going that far just to hang out and have a drink. But if they moved the expo, they won't, because obviously it makes too much sense where they are. But if they move the expo to Vancouver, I wouldn't attend it. It's too much. It's a bridge too far. I'm not going to hop on a plane to do it. That's me. And I love the expo. I enjoy the expo. I appreciate the expo, but I can't do it. Not for that. If you went to Alberta, it still wouldn't work for me. And I've been to Alberta on a plane.
Well, they do have the other one out there, right? They have the
Edmonton.
The other show, Edmonton. Yeah. And then
but I'm just saying, Bobby, in the scenario where the expo was the expo there, as opposed to their Edmonton version, I'm saying like fully played out, everybody. I still can't do it. Like, it doesn't make sense for me. The fact that it's in
when I
range,
went to Edmonton.
Yeah. The fact that it's within range allows me to make it work. It allows it. I can't just go to any location. You can take the same expo show that I've attended more than 50 of, legitimately more than 50 of these shows. But you take it far enough out of range, and I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
It's not that I don't like the expo, but it's like, guys, I'm only willing to convenience myself so far. And the truth is, that's the truth. So that's why I say the national, hey, bless you guys. I want to drive 10 hours. Bless you guys. I want to hop on a plane and do that. I'm not one of those people. Never have been. Never will be.
And for some, it's a proximity choice, right? So, if it's close, sure, why not?
Yes.
But do you really need to go? And that's another thing, too. It's like, oh, I went and bought a bunch of cards. Well, you can buy any card anywhere at any time, online, anywhere. It's more about the social aspect, I think, really gets into.
And that's the pitch, yeah, for sure.
And the face-to-face dealing, with
Mhm.
people not having to pay tax, not having to worry about shipping. There's all those things combined. You can get things graded. You might get a few things signed. It's it's beneficial for everybody.
Yeah. And I'm using the expo as the example here because I'm actually preconditioning this situation. I've been to tons of them. I do know a lot of the dealers. I do, from the social aspect, I can hang out and chat with a whole variety of different people. We'll go and have dinner with the Burrell. We'll tolerate Eric.
Yeah.
In the fall edition. But then I've hung out with Billy and we've hung out with drinks and had dinner and everything and hung out with the group with that. And we've done this. And I've hung out with some of the upper deck folks. I've chatted with some of the ComC. I can walk around the expo and I know a lot of folks in a lot of different parts of it and have a conversation and chat with them. So we've got that social aspect. But there's only so far I'm willing to go. So if you try to move it around like you do the national, there's certain locations I might consider, but I might do it once every couple of years. Whereas where it is right now, it's hop, skip, and a jump from me. I'll book the hotel way in advance, and I'll attend the spring and the fall, the spring and the fall, the spring and the fall. It's like clockwork.
Yeah.
But it's because it's here. It's in my backyard, preferably.
Yeah.
That's the reason why. Otherwise, it wouldn't work.
My front yard, your backyard, my front yard.
Yep.
Perfect.
And it allows it. But that means we can still go there. We can congregate there. Yes. And it's fine for us. And I understand for somebody when it's further away. I get it. I do. And I don't blame you because if the shoe was on the other foot and you shoved it to the other side of the country, I wouldn't be able to make it out.
Well, they keep asking me to go to Vancouver, Bosa, and I just went, I seen the Vancouver show. I saw people who set up there. I said, what'd you pick up? And they went, not too much. It's so sort of like, I really like to offset a show by what I can pick up at the show to offset your cost of either driving, flying, or whatever it is. So, but if you can't and you're just doing a social, it's just like, why when you got the expo?
Mm-hmm. And that's the bottom line issue there. Whenever we talk about a card show and we talk about the social aspect, look, the social aspect has value, yes, but depending on your situation, the social aspect value to me can only take me so far.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't get me out of my province. So I'll put it this way: the social aspect doesn't get me out of my province.
Or your
I
chair.
can stay within provincial limits. This is as far. As soon as I cross a line on the map, I can't leave for the social aspect. If that's all you're offering me, then I cannot leave the boundaries of my province.
There's a few shows.
I got a lot of room within my province, by the way. I still got a lot of space within my province, but I cannot leave this.
Mostly the southern part, I would say, but yes.
Yes, but I'm saying I can go from one end to the other as long as I'm within the lines of the map here. I've still got a lot of room to work with. I can't get any further than that.
And then your ankle monitor goes off.
I don't have the issue that you have, Eric. Do not put your issue on us.
No. I'm going to call
Zach
Eric
says,
Page 93.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Zach says, knowing people at the show is overrated. I go just look at cards. And if you'll go look at cards, then the math changes again. Like you drop it down another notch and it's like, hey, it's got to be convenient. Like I said, the only reason, look, I always joke about Hamilton. It's one of my favorite running jokes, but I do know some folks down that way. And if they're around, hey, I can ping them and go, hey, if I pop down, you want to come down and hang out for a little bit, say hello, and I'll just peek around a little bit. I expect to find nothing. But I'll go down for a little visit. Sure. But it's not far from me. It's not a great inconvenience, and it's on a long weekend. Not a big deal. So I'm not really going out of my way here, but I can have some fun.
Mm-hmm.
Some people hate the social aspect of the hobby. We've seen people at shows digging through boxes without saying a word. That is true. Good evening, Josh. So I'm looking at Jeremy and Eric. Josh, two things. So number one, first, I actually opened a couple of retail packs of Allure. So first question, do you need this card? This is the table variant. Do you need this card? So let me know. I actually sent out an envelope for you, but I can always hold this for you if you like. Now, number one. Number two, I'm kicking around with Bobby the possibility of going to the Collecticon in Hamilton. I don't know if I think that's down by your way, but I forget. But if it is, let me know. I might be going down and I might be visiting there with the Burrell. So let me know.
And third thing, shut up, Josh.
There you go. Three things. Sean, good evening. Absolutely. So yeah, so the bottom line there that I'm getting at is that there are occasions and there are times where it might make sense and that's great. I'm very much a collector where I enjoy my space. I enjoy where I'm at. I will go down and visit things, but I'm not a vacate. Look, I'm not a travel guy. That's never been my deal. If I'm going somewhere, it's got to be somewhere where I'm going to do something specific. So the social aspect is great and all, but I've also got to have something that I want to do there or something that is of interest to me there. So I joked about when my buddy wanted to go, his bachelor party, wanted to go to Cleveland. Fine. It's his bachelor party. He wants to go to Cleveland. Fine. We're hanging out, a group of us. We went to the baseball game. We went to Kent. We did all these things. We went to some microbrews. It was a good time. It's fine. As a vacation, it was good as a vacation. It was a good as a trip. Our rates were reasonable. We were able to make arrangements. We took care of it. It was a good trip. I had no regrets about visiting that trip. Am I just going to randomly appear in Cleveland for something? No. Am I going to do it for a trip? Nah. So I'm not. I've been to Cleveland already. I have no reason to go back there. Nothing personal. But in that specific circumstance, yeah, sure. Great. Happy to do it. And it was his bachelor party anyway. He wanted to go there. Let's go. Sure. So we made it work because we had all those things put together. Then it made sense. But just randomly visiting Cleveland and say, oh, but you can hang out with some card show folks. No, thank you. Not good enough. I'm sorry.
There's a lot of people, from Clubhouse and a bunch of people I've known since the COVID times that were at the National. And a lot of them are, you going, we want you to come. I want you to come. We want to do this. And it's like, I have no interest in the National, and I'm not spending all that money just to hang around with you guys. I'm not doing it.
I'm interested in the National band. The band's good.
Yeah.
You guys should look them up. The National, the band's pretty good.
I'd be, it's a great thing if you can go for an event and see your friends. That makes the event even bigger and better. And that's why I like, going to the expo so much. But I'm not doing all that just to go to a show that I have very little interest in, and to see people who are scattered around the show and maybe see them for a little bit here, a little bit there, and maybe get out to dinner with them. I'm just, doesn't make any sense to me.
I bet you change your tune. I bet you change your tune if it was the National Chocolate Stick Convention.
Well, that's I have that once a year, and it's in my backyard.
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, you change your tune. I think you'd have a different take on this.
People enjoy it,
or so you claim. I'll show off a couple of cards here in a second, Paul. Good call. Good call. Let me read a couple of comments here. Yes. So let me know, Josh. Yeah, I think I may work it out. We may do a little Collecticon thing. I'll report back my findings.
Darby?
The guy's name, Darby Allen. That's the guy I just showed.
Oh,
his name is Darby Allen.
What the hell?
He's a member of KISS. Don't worry, you'll be fine.
No,
Stuke says, yeah, I know. He's actually good at what he does. Stuke says, one of the best things about socializing is getting good deals from dealers you have coming in over the years and knowing the ones that give deals. That's fair. That is true.
Yeah, absolutely.
Was there ever a reason to go to Cleveland? Apparently not.
I heard Cleveland rocks, but that's just something I heard.
Apparently it didn't hold. It wasn't enough.
No.
Jeff Wilson, Geoff, had a good vid on today about the recent National, saying the hobby is outgrowing the venue, especially when you have to book so far in advance. That's kind of what we were chatting about a little bit earlier, but yes. What a Boobiora gave piggyback rides. Ooh, different conversation. Man.
All right, well, that's if I mean, I'm in. If Bobby was given piggyback rides at the National, I'm there.
You're front of the line. Super VIP, ultra VIP, whatever you got. Yeah,
I'm paying whatever it takes. I'm getting there a month early, standing in line. I'm going to be like, Billy Cilio on a beach in California the night before a big event, so he can get his picture taken with people. That's what I'm doing. I'm going full
well in advance. You camp out. That'll be amazing.
Yeah, I'm going full Billy.
The National Mayo Conference. True. Card shows are fun, but after I blow my budget, I'm quickly over it. Makes me skeptical going to show for 3 or 4 days. Yeah. If you're not into the side of it, then it's not going to make any sense. Look, my job is never to pitch anybody on it. The expo works for me. It works. And over the years, it has worked better for me because obviously I do know enough people there. and I can enjoy it, and I know how to space it out in a way, but I also do make it a vacation for myself. We joke about it, but I'll get a hotel room with lots of space because it's a vacation. I am enjoying myself. I want to chill out. I want to relax. I want to enjoy it. I want to have some nice space. I'll do a live stream from there and just chill out and enjoy my trip. Go grab a nice bite to eat and do it. I am not even, the card show is almost secondary to what I'm doing. And then in the evening, I go hang out. We'll have a pint. We'll eat. We'll grab a bite to eat, whatever. Eric will show up late because he doesn't know where the restaurant is. All these things are part of it.
I did that once. I showed up late last time because I was hanging out with Peter Forsberg.
You were hanging out with a homeless beggar who claimed he was Peter Forsberg. Yes.
Whatever. I only showed up late once because I didn't know where the restaurant was.
Kobe Mayo was called by the Orioles, Eric's new favorite player. Amazing.
No, that's gross.
More Mayos. Name says Paul. Eric is CEO and co-founder of the National Mayo Conference. Facts.
Oh, God. I'm going to stop puking.
Billy says, I did very well at the San Diego Comic-Con. Fancy. I did see your picture. I did see your picture with president and owner Tony Khan. We did cover that on last week's episode. That is a fact.
The thing is, Billy had to take 2 weeks vacation because he spent the first week standing in line and the second week running around getting all his pictures taken.
Well, listen, it's a lot of work getting your pictures taken, man. I don't know what to tell you. All right, so let me see here. I'll showcase. I can show off a couple of things. I already showed off the Upper Deck card where the Medano autograph was on the black part, so I've already shown that. I'll show this because this is actually a 2-card lot, so I'll show both cards. I've been able to get a couple of nice Medanos. Nothing crazy, like in the grand scheme of things, but ones that I definitely wanted to pick up. So let me read Zach's question first. I actually wanted to talk about this. We say the Nationals are growing venues. Do you think they plan on these thinking surely the National reaches peak and will eventually dip? I don't. So let me answer it like this. And this is actually a good question. I want to come back around to it. Maybe when Bobby's back on, we could have a conversation about it. My short answer is I don't think the organizers are thinking. And that sounds meaner and harsher than it is. But what I'm saying is I don't think they're doing a very good job anticipating. Because the idea here is, okay, reach this peak and will eventually dip. Well, it should already have reached this peak and dipped. So pandemic is behind, but we're still in a cardboard show boom. So I don't know if it's sustainable. The thing is, it doesn't have to be sustainable anymore. Now some people are just used to it. Like this past show, the Cleveland show should have been the one that reversed the trend. Cleveland is not the ideal location. I keep being told the economy is this and all this and blah, blah, blah. People went and spent money. What do you want me to tell you? You think next year is going to suddenly change this? Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But depending on your persuasion, I'm told, if I'm told there's again, we stay out of politics here, but I'm told a change in administration is suddenly supposed to fix your fortunes. So in reality, there should be 250,000 people in the next show. There should be 500,000 people in the next show. 1 million people in the next show. I don't know.
1 million. Oh, that's a long bathroom line.
Yeah. But this is what I'm being told. And if you don't agree with that, then it should stay basically where it is, status quo. So either way, it's not switching up. What do you want from me? I'm sorry. This should have broken it. This should have been the one that said, attendance is down. Didn't happen. So you think in Chicago it's a better venue for a lot of things. You think that's going to change it? Some of the hotels are already booked.
Oh, yeah.
A year in advance. They're already booked. As a general rule, look how packed Cleveland was. Fucking Cleveland. Cleveland sucks. Basically, that's my point. Yeah, I agree. That's tremendous. Then you add no crappers and the parking was a mess. That's fantastic. Yeah, it was not. It was less. It was suboptimal, and they still did great. What does that tell you?
People want to go.
I actually take pictures of people, Eric, and not sneaky pictures of myself with old hockey players in the background. True.
Hey, you do it your way. I'll do it mine.
It's ideal for those that drive and want to spend a little less on hotels, food, parking. Fair enough. The NSCC does have requirements for city and convention center to host, but because they book 3 years out, I just think they haven't been upscaling those requirements. Yep. So I think it's going to be a little cycle now where they got 3 years in Chicago. So The Chicago planners have got some time to play around with their configuration, see if they can maximize what they've got there. I don't know what that's going to look like, but I expect there will be some adjustments made. So kind of touching on what Paul was saying, I will show off a couple of items that I picked up. So I'll do this quickly, and then we'll bring Bobby in the conversation here. So first one here. So this one here, I picked up two from the same seller. First one was actually this one. It's MVP, early 2000s. This one's the gold version out of 50. Nothing crazy, but something that I wanted to add. So it scratched off some one of those early 2000s cards, which is always kind of fun. This one's got kind of it's got the old type card stock. So we've got a little bit of that going on.
How's that look?
Yeah, so that's, it's cool and all. But again, the big thing for me is this one off the checklist. That's one that I definitely wanted to add. That was great. And then I added another early 2000s one. And it's just because I hadn't been able to get my hands on it previously. So in this case, I was able to grab it. And I was like, hey, great. So same thing, numbered to 50. This one's from SPX. This one is the SPX Spectrum. It is also numbered to 50. So this is right at the turn of the century and the millennium. So 2000, 2001. So another one there. Needed that one. And the numbering is right up here. So that's actually one that I needed for a long time. So I needed that one off the checklist, 24 years. So I was able to get that in my hands on it. So all good there. And then I'll talk more about this one later, but I'll show it off for now, just so that you got a little heads up since you asked. And I think, Paul, you'll appreciate this one. So show off a card, but I will share the story and everything related to it later. And this one here was one that I picked up earlier today. I have made the purchase. So here, click on that. If you know anything about the dentist PC, then you know that this is the gold PMG 1 of 1. More to be discussed later. That's it for now. That's it for now. More to be explained later. We'll talk more about it later. But I did acquire this item. I have purchased it. All right. So here we go. Upscale and baseball card show don't really go together. True. Hotlanta will get the national and downturn the hobby. It's preordained. Man, Bobby, you might have to ban yourself from the national at that point.
Maybe. I would go to a show in Atlanta. You'd have to roll me up in that rug that you had Eric in. But yeah.
That's probably true. Yeah. Taking a break from sorting steroid cards, but Carlos should lobby hard for Chicago for Sports Card Hall of Fame. Lobby hard in Chicago for Sports Card Hall of Fame. Maybe.
Yeah.
Good evening, Bob Wiesel. Plus, check out the collectathon videos from last year at your target venue. Saw a video in which the line was to get in was a mile long. There you go. Did you get the suspended price? There's no discount for suspended, Paul. Like I said, I'll share more when I get it in hand and when I get it in. Since you asked, I thought you'd appreciate it. But I will say this. I can say this definitively. If you do your research, all you have to do is go to Terapeak. You can find the answer to this. There have been 2 PMG, gold PMGs sold for AEW at the top end. That is the second highest price paid for a gold PMG on eBay.
Really?
Ever. Now, there are higher cards that are not gold PMGs, but of the gold PMGs on eBay Terapeak, that is the second highest price paid for any gold PMG ever. I am out here spending bougie Eric like button money like it's going out of style. When did SP Authentic start? It was early 2000s. No, sorry. SP Authentic, late 90s. Yeah, late 90s. Yeah, there was a 97, 98 SP for sure. SP Authentic. I think there was SP and then there was SP Authentic.
Yes.
I want to say 98, 89, 98, 99, thereabouts.
My Gretzky card that I cherish so much is 1998 SP Authentic.
Yeah, so that was 98, 99 that year. So for sure, 98, 99. I think there was a 97, 98 as well, but that one might have just been SP.
Anytime I get to show it, I do. This is my baby. 98 SP Authentic. The absolute best Gretzky auto card ever made, in my opinion. That's why I purchased this one and not another one. I just think that thing is a banger.
That's something.
Well, at least until we see until Upper Deck gets their hands on the photo of Gretzky in Edmonton in the 80s, Eiffel Bender, and he's just laying there. and then he autographs it, then that's the ultimate.
I may want that one too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Like Gretzky had a good time in Edmonton in the 80s, Eric. A real good time.
Oh my God. Can you
They
imagine?
get that picture. They get those pictures, Eric.
He shows up there at like 18 years old, and he is the king. Man, I tell you,
It took him a couple years, but yeah.
I can only imagine what his life was like.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Just
Well, he
saying.
didn't start performing till 82, 83 most
Yeah,
days. It took him a few years to get going.
Fame. Oh God, and no social media and interwebs.
Well, Eric, also you're talking about early 1980s Edmonton. What else do you think there is to do?
And
Yeah,
remember,
right.
Edmonton's new too. Edmonton just came in 1979, 80.
That's true. Yeah,
So-
they came over from the WHA. That's facts. That's true.
Yeah.
Name says, I'm surprised Eric didn't ask PSA to put in the slab the other way. That requires him to figure out how to tell them.
That's actually, Dum actually said something funny. I give him credit for that one.
Yeah. Bossy
I
says,
thought
nice
you liked
card.
that one.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. He wants credit every time I show it. I have to pay him money every time I show it.
Yeah, it's the least you can do. Come on.
It's a finder's fee. Every time I show it, I have to send him $5.
As you should, man. Come
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
I wonder if any of these cards
In the
have-
mail.
I don't know. Interesting.
Bobby's gone. I bet. So I bet you that was the what we were talking about earlier, where I said the recording thing was probably still on. So I'm wondering if Bobby will let us know. I would wager he got the little notification that says your phone's full.
Crazy.
I have to remember with the live stream. The problem is I always forget. And then, like I said, at the last minute, I tried to turn it off because I suddenly realized it. I saw it and I was like, oh, shoot. Let me try to turn it off.
In the times that I've had to use my phone to do the show over the years, I've never had a problem.
Well,
Well,
I think most of the time,
understand
well,
that.
I guess it depends. A, how much do you have? How much space do you have? And also, B, did I have it activated or not?
Yeah,
That's kind of the question. So I try to make sure for the live I don't turn it on. I try to have it turned off, but for the podcast and stuff, it's fine because you guys are all on computers anyway, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, I have no idea. That was my mistake. My bad. But we'll see. If Bobby pops it back on, he can let us know. I think it was probably that was the issue. So yeah, so we talked about, like I said, the national. We'll see what happens. Obviously, the people that are swear by it, like they'll crawl over broken glass. They will be allowed to bleed if they get shot 14 times. When the national's over, they'll say, "Hey, but my friends." So this doesn't matter what they do to you at that point. Like
Whatever
you're good to go.
You're happy.
You're good to go, man.
It just
The good news is you're cheap. The good news is you're a cheap date. So obviously they don't need to give you much, and you're good to go. So you got that.
Yeah, I was going to comment again. I mean, we've talked about this before. You were talking about how it's a vacation for you, and you want a nice hotel.
For
and
me,
all
it has
that.
to be. Yeah, for me, it has to be.
Yeah, I don't. I just want clean. I don't need a nice hotel. I don't need bells and whistles. I need clean. And if I had a second request, good water pressure for the shower. Other than that, I really don't care. I just need someplace clean to sleep because I'm not spending a lot of time at the hotel.
There you go.
Did you
Fair
get
enough.
Bobby's text?
Let me look. Let me see. I got a text. Won't let me back. No, Bobby should be fine. That's weird. Yeah. And unlike you, this is at least a text we can read. It's not objectionable. Just saying, at least Bobby has some decorum.
He has a lot more class than I do.
Clearly. That's what I'm saying, man. So out of curiosity, other than obviously the legendary Leprechaun card, one of the great cards of the hobby. Just saying. Is there any other pickups recently or anything?
Yeah.
Neat?
So this is not exciting, but I came across. We had a collection come in at work, and I grabbed these because they're all Bruins cards, but for people who played but these are guys that either left the Bruins or hadn't come to the Bruins yet. So it's cards of theirs on other teams. Why did that excite me? I don't know. I just did. So I grabbed them, put a couple of bucks in the company till and came home with them. So I got Brad Park. This is his first year in Detroit after many years in Boston. Carol Vadnais playing for the Rangers. Al Secord. Gilles Gilbert. So these are all former Bruins. Brad McCrimmon. Dwight Foster, who we had in the shop not too long ago. Super nice guy. And the Rat himself, Kenny Linsman.
Kenny Linsman, yeah.
So I don't know why. I got excited when I saw him. And it was just like this whole slew of guys that were former Bruins, but in different uniforms. So I said, what the hell? For a couple of bucks, can't
If you
go.
try enough times, you finally get in. I guess it just kept crash.
So it was just a crash. It wasn't like the space thing. That wasn't the issue.
No, it was just as soon as it went to it, and then
It gets weird sometimes. I don't know. It's one of those things that's a little strange, but all right, fair enough. So
Billy's
Sean was saying, Bedard, 100 points this season. Mikhoff, Calder, 90 points. You heard it here first. There you go, Sean. Making his call early. All right. Seems good. But I think that's good. So kind of interesting. Obviously, tonight we talked about the Fanatics thing. We talked about some more remnants of the national thing and all that portion of it. But one thought I kind of have is it kind of creates this interesting little situation. And this is what I'm curious about now. When I watched all the national stuff and did all that. But now what I'm curious about is now in the little area right after, sometimes you get a little bum, sometimes a little quiet and chill for a little bit as people kind of start figuring out their own situation, get situated. I'll be curious to see if anything comes up between now and the Fanatics Fest and then right after that. Because right now we're just moving from spot to spot to spot on the calendar. Things are kind of chill right now. They're kind of quiet.
Sure.
There was one little news item that I'll touch on briefly since I saw it come up the other day or just yesterday or whatever it was.
Were you talking show-wise, though?
Show-wise is what I was talking about first, because I'm just saying that right now it's kind of like there are shows, like I literally just said, but small shows and things going on. Like there's nothing major going on right now for the next little bit. For the rest of the summer, it's basically kind of quiet.
True.
Until we get to, obviously, once we get to the fall, we get to the fall. Yeah. Once we get to that range, things will start reactivating and we'll start seeing some of that.
Yeah.
But one thing I did see that was kind of a news story, a little one, was that apparently Panini, first off the line, had for one of their new products, Optic. I think it was Optic. And and apparently a lot of the downtowns, which previously had been like case hits, there were a stack of them were coming out all at once on the first off the line stuff. And then so Panini uncharacteristically responded quickly and said, yeah, that was a manufacturing error. A bunch of them ended up getting stacked up in a handful of them. The rest of it's fine. That's basically what they said. I'm giving the short version. But I think it was just very funny that obviously that creates a bit of a problem because downtown is one of the inserts that certain people chase. The kabooms is one, downtown's is another. Everything right now is affecting everything. Panini has got its own issues. Panini won a judgment against the NFL Players Association, so that was a thing as well. So there's little things happening, little things happening here and there. I thought it was what was great though is for me. I was joking about it on the Discord, as I just said, what Panini should do is they should be like, screw it. All right, in the hobby boxes, you get 2 kabooms per box. Oh, it's totally intentional. It's exactly as we planned. This is perfectly fine. We're good. We're good. Everything's fine. Don't even worry about it. Everything's fine. Don't panic.
Yeah, right. Fine. Everything's fine. Building's on fire.
Put down your CT scanners. Calm down.
Mm-hmm.
Put them down. Put them down. I'm hoping for an extreme freeze until RA and Heritage auctions hit. Fair enough. What Panini should have said is, we are boobs. Yeah. So this was kind of the point that I was making. So Todd here is saying, I think they found them 25 per case. Yeah, there was a whole stack of them. So look, I'll quickly just touch on this briefly since it's worthwhile mentioning. Here's what it comes down to: is this rule number one works here? It really does. I don't think there's any conspiratorial anything. I don't think that's so crazy. I think it comes down to like the same reason why there were 2 print run ones from Upper Deck, and the same reason why there were multiple duplicates of some stuff that Topps came out with, and why there are errors all the time. You got people working in these places that don't really give a crap. They don't pay attention, and they're like, yeah, just turn on the feeder. This feeder goes into this. This feeder goes into this. This feeder does this. And it's like, oh, what happened? That feeder had the downtowns. Wait, aren't those supposed to be like 1 per case ish? You turned it on for the whole and then there's one guy running around.
This dates back to my LCS when I was going there in it was Yu-Gi-Oh, and he was getting cases with all the best cards in each pack. So they used to open packs and they'd sell a lot of that stuff there. And he ordered a case, and this whole case had every of the best hits. And it's sort of like what goes on nowadays, except in an extreme sense. He'd make thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. Unbelievable. Even back then in 90, was it 90 or early 2000s? Well, I can't remember. 98, 99, 2000, something like that. And I was just sitting there going, I don't even know what you're talking about. If he would have saved some of those packs, well, even still, you can't predict what's in there. But every one had the top cards in them. So all the hollows or whatever it was, even back then. So it's kind of interesting how you can, look back and go, wow, I was sort of there. I wasn't collecting, but I mean, I saw what happened. So interesting that errors happen all the time.
They do.
But putting all the best cards in every pack, there was no bad cards. It was just every pack. And if they didn't open packs and they just would have sold the boxes, somebody would have made off like a banshee. But because he opened a few packs there, then he started opening more and going, hey, every pack is a hit. Let's put this case away. And bang, bang, bang. He was just killing it.
Yeah. And the thing is, stuff like that has happened in the past. Again, it goes back to what I said a couple of weeks ago. We don't have social media back then. So we don't see when something dumb happens and somebody screws up to the same degree. No. So if it happens, they kind of stay quiet about it. They kind of like, yeah, they just take advantage of the fact they pulled a bunch of the good cards and they don't say a damn word. They're just like, I just so happen to have a bunch of these tougher hits that you were looking for, and I got a bunch. And how did you get a bunch of them? Just lucky, I guess.
You keep being lucky.
Yeah, not a peep, just silence.
It was
silence.
It was. He didn't care.
Today people overshare. Today they say too much. Today they like reveal their whole secret plan. It's like, why don't you just be quiet? You'd probably be able to get away with this if you just shut up. Like, it's not that hard.
That's what he always said. God bless Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah,
because it was hard, and he was in a mall, so he didn't really make a lot of money at times.
Sure,
it wasn't the greatest mall either. So you had the regulars that came there, and then you had the odd kids coming by, and mom asking them. But he was kind of down a little aisle, kind of away from the main part of the mall. So, and it's not, like I said, the greatest mall. It was at one time. Back in, actually, I used to live around there back then in the 80s. Was it 82, 83, 84, 85? Yeah. And that mall was happening. Wow. Just incredible. Now, ghost town.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the way it goes with a lot of those. Sean says, anything special for Friday's 200? Let me tell you. No, probably not. I'll think about it. If I can think of anything, I'll play around with it.
Listen, I promise I will put as much effort into next week's show as I had the previous 100.
Amazing. I think we should have Eric do the episode from a bicycle and like captures crash in real time. I think that'd be awesome. I think it'd be awesome. That'd be amazing. Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
There's probably video out there of that somewhere.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Likely.
Stu says a certain YouTuber said it was time to sell Jordan Love cards. I can only imagine. I'd actually like to get a couple more Jordan Love cards, but they're probably a little expensive right now. I haven't looked in a while, but they're probably a little pricey.
Did they go up with his him becoming the highest paid quarterback in the league?
I don't think it's so much him being a highest paid quarterback. I think it's just him having the extension and knowing that he's solidified in the spot. Like they know that he's going to be there for a while. So things are looking up for that team. And the receivers are probably going to get a chance to do a little bit better with another year seasoning. So we'll see. The potential is there. And we never know what's going to happen, but the potential is there. It's as good a team as any to look back and say, maybe it'll work out. And if it does, hey, listen, he could be a good contender for the top end of the league next year. We'll see. Zach says, did you ever circle back to CT scanning? So not particularly, Zach.
No.
We can touch on it a little bit. It's pretty straightforward. Like there's nothing to it. Here's my kind of comment on this, and I'll open it up. Look, anybody in the chat wants to comment on it. I'm not too bothered by it because number one, I don't open a ton of stuff, so it doesn't really impact me. But the other reason why is, and let me just throw this out at you. Again, I go back to the social media point I made a couple of minutes ago. People are really stupid and they just say things out loud. By the time you're hearing about somebody, for the sake of argument, let's pretend you can use a CT scan.
Card care as an example. Yeah.
But it's a good example. It really is. But all I'm getting at here is this. If, let's say, the CT scanner is able to successfully find cards the way that a lot of people are portraying it to that degree, let's say, for the sake of argument, just to make this simple.
Okay. Just for the sake of argument. Go ahead.
Just for the sake of argument.
Yeah.
Just.
By the time you're hearing about this on social media, how many people have already been doing this for a while?
Long time.
Yeah. So by the time you're hearing about it, like somebody's sitting there going like, you idiot. We've been doing this for 10 years. Shut up.
Exactly.
Don't kill the golden goose, dumbass. Basically, that's what you're going to hear in the background, somewhere off in the distance. Somebody's saying like the Kurt's card care, to Bobby's point, it's like a perfect example of this because Kurt's card care, all of a sudden it's like we're acting like this is new. It wasn't called Kurt's card care.
He's not even in the news.
Yeah. And by the way, it's still going on. It didn't stop. Like
it went back underground.
You were so fixated on Kurt. You were so drawn, like you're staring at Kurt. The guy over here has been doing it for 15 years. He's like,
yeah. I got my
he just puts his card away. He goes,
yeah.
He's doing the same thing he's been doing for the last 15 years. He doesn't care. Go ahead, keep staring at Kurt. I'm still doing my shit over here. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I wonder if he sets up at shows still.
Oh, that's Mr. Minty. Mr. Minty sets up.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Well, he's kind of the same. So, yeah.
Senor Minty. Our good friend, Senor Minty. Yes.
Yes, right.
Give him his proper respects. So anyway, so the point is with the CT scanner thing is if it can do the job well enough and somebody has an access point to be able to get access to the machine cheap enough, somebody's probably already been doing it for a while. So it hasn't had any real impact. You haven't noticed. You didn't know. If you hadn't known, would you have cared? They have to tell you, like, come on.
There had to be a nurse or an intern that said, hey, I collect cards.
Yeah. So Dave here is just touching on that kind of my point. Like, look, there have been people that have been doing this literally for decades. And if CT is like makes a lot of sense, hey, great. But then somebody over there is going like, you're ruining this for me, bro. Shut up. Shut up.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Senor Minty. Eric should use the CT machine on that Reggie Leprechaun.
Yes.
I
know.
You're scared to death what I might find.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah. 100% agree. Whatever. And I'm sure folks have been doing. Yeah. By the time you're hearing about it, it's been going on for a while. This isn't the first time you're hearing it. Is not the first time it's ever been done.
Yep.
So,
There's
but
no way.
You're the first one who did it.
Where are these guys getting CT scanners though? Are they registered?
Hospitals.
Well, one guy literally bought one on eBay and repaired it.
Oh, really?
It's a machine. You can buy one. Like you don't think that these places after they're done with this, if it breaks, they like, oh, just sell off for parts on eBay.
I guess.
And then another guy buys it and goes, all right, this shit still works. Can I calibrate this to do something? Yeah. Okay, here you go. It turns out, hey, I can scan the box of cards. I can find out what's in it. That's pretty cool. Okay.
So you buy a case, open it up, you scan each.
No, you don't have to open it up, Eric. That's the point. The point is you can
Open
scan
the
it without
case.
opening it up.
Open the case
but
to look through
the
the
case.
boxes.
The case, take the box out, and then put each box through, and you keep the good ones, and then resell the bad ones.
I think it would be
Well,
packed
yeah,
up
you
per box, right?
you could, yeah. That's the theory. That's the theory. You could do that.
I've never put any thought into purchasing a CT scanner so I could see what's inside cards.
Was there a physical video regarding that CT scan that was going on, or I
thought I heard about that, but honestly, I haven't looked into it.
Yeah.
Because like I said, when I heard about it, I was sitting there. My first instinct was to roll my eyes, not because I don't believe it, but because I'm sitting there like, okay, and like if you want to work hard enough, yeah, of course you can. If you want to work hard enough, I'm sure that somebody could do it. And then you have the Geoffs in the world going, oh my God, what are we gonna do? I'm sitting there like, look, you are going to do nothing. If the manufacturers feel like enough people are bitching and moaning about this, they're like, all right, fine. You want me to put a piece of lead in the goddamn box? Like, what do you want?
Maybe.
Like, what do you want? Like, honestly, if you have to go through this much effort, seriously. So again, so we're all on the same page here. So we're clear. I'm not trying to downplay it because I'm saying it's bad, but I feel like we've already had this conversation, but I want to just summarize quickly. In the 80s, when you had the packs, if the pack allowed you to see a certain card, there was a certain correlation pattern. So under the right circumstances, you could figure out if you could see certain cards, you could figure out more or less within reason what cards could be in the pack. And then rack packs and things like that were able to really take advantage of it because you could literally see the card front and back and really be able to tell what was inside. Correlation patterns was a simple way of doing this. 1. 2, there are people who know how to field packs and find different things. I talked about this in the past. My younger brother was one who figured out what some of the Marvel sets were doing in the early 90s. And he went to the dollar store and he bought packs. And every pack, when he got home, had an insert in it. That's all I'm going to say. Every single one had an insert in it. Didn't matter. There's a pile of packs. They were all had inserts in them.
And then they started putting
magically.
Yeah, they started putting fake inserts in there, and that
decoys. Yes, decoys was their way of trying to get around that issue. And then for Pokemon, early Pokemon, the Pokies, the Pokemans, in the early series, there are people who will sell heavy packs. I want to say they're called heavy packs, but the point is there's a weight difference. Yes. So the heavy packs are the ones that have the hollows. So you can figure it out based on the weight of the packs. So that's another way you can figure it out.
A micro weigher for that, yeah.
Exactly.
0.0, whatever.
Collation patterns, scales, figuring out how to field specific packs to know, like, and people, by the way, the people that are good at it don't have to do this and squeeze the pack. No, they can be like just light touch. They can literally put the pack back and you wouldn't know they even touched it, but they can be like, this one has the insert in it, this one has the insert in it, this one has the insert in it. This shit has been going on for decades. This is just the most technological, most recent version of it, which, by the way, by the time somebody's gotten this sophisticated with it, it means somebody else has already been doing it for a while.
Yeah.
This ain't new. But okay.
Ain't new.
But I get it. Hey, it's crazy. It's like, who would have thought? Just seems scary if you're buying products like Flawless. Agreed. Yes. Some rich dude probably thinks it's worth the trouble. Yeah. Will BBCE now need to scan boxes to make sure? If BBCE did the additional tech, that'd be hilarious. I'd enjoy it. You can buy some pretty solid medical equipment in Asia, no regulation. Got the cash in the machine. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Like, look, the machines are available. But again, do you want to put in the effort? Well, for some people, the answer is yes. By the way, quick point. This covers a lot of ground. Any kind of fraudulent activities, scamming, reprints, alterations, people using CT scanners, it all falls under one bucket. It's only because it's financially worth it.
But is it fraudulent to have a CT scanner look at it? No.
So to your point, it's really not. To your point. So here's to your point.
Illegal to
there is you buy the box, you can do whatever the hell you want. Now, here's where it gets tricky. So buying the box, scanning the box, technically nothing wrong with it, if we're being technical, if we're being truthful. Now, where it gets interesting, and this is not my job to figure out, I leave that to the lawyer to figure out. You buy a case, you scan the boxes, You determine where the best hit is. You pull those boxes for yourself. You leave the other box. You have not altered the boxes in any way, shape, or form. What's in the box is what's in the box. It's the same as what was in the box before. But you know that the best hits are in these boxes. You've already pulled them aside.
Mhm.
And now you're selling these other boxes. If you're representing them as unsearched, untouched on anything, they're not touched, but they're not unsearched because you've actually been able to determine that the best hit is not there. So what, if any, obligation do you have? In reality, you could just say, now this is where I say a lawyer's job to figure this out, not me. But I have a question for that lawyer. If the listing says unopened hobby box of Flawless, that is completely true. It's an unopened hobby box. That's not incorrect.
But it gets to Kurt's card. It's like, how do you prove that? Even with a lawyer, you still got to prove it. And do you have video evidence? No.
I'm totally with you. But Bobby, all I'm saying is, even if you somehow you could prove that they knew, but if the listing says unopened hobby box and you're receiving an unopened hobby box, is it being misrepresented? Did you not get the product you were sold on? It didn't say unsearched. It didn't say unscanned. It just says unopened hobby box. What did you receive? Eric, you received an unopened hobby box.
I did?
Yep, you did. You
Yay!
bought an unopened hobby box, and that's exactly what you got.
All right.
Yeah. So again, I leave that to the lawyer to figure out. But I would pose the question: it's like, is that actually misrepresenting it? If you phrase it correctly, no.
Depends.
If you phrase it correctly and leave out, did I say I didn't scan it? I didn't say I didn't scan it. I just said it was an unopened hobby box, and that's exactly what you got in the mail.
And the courts would not have any of that. It wouldn't be financially advantageous to anybody to take anybody to court over that technicality. So I can't see it even going far. So move on.
Yeah, you'd have a really tough time selling it. That's what I'm saying. Like you would have to somehow prove that they took a case, scanned boxes, and then sold you the ones that didn't have the biggest hit. Because when you open the box, you're going to get whatever you're supposed to get because that's what was in the box. They didn't change what was in the box. That's what came straight from the manufacturer. They didn't change it.
Yeah. Sure.
If you had just bought a box in isolation and gotten that box, that's what you would have gotten anyway.
Sure.
So that's what I say. Like that, it's a tough argument to make, and it's not for me to make it.
And it reminds me when I used to take Stephen to the card shop. Is they would have a box, open boxes all across, so you could pick whatever product you want on a rack, and I just never liked because they would kind of go in and like your brother would feel for the packs and they would open a few and that they might suspect and then sell the rest of the and then you'd open all these packs and you go, we got nothing. Yeah. Kept getting nothing.
Now here's a question.
I only wait till he opens a new box.
Yeah, question related to that. So same thing. Again, I'm just offering hypotheticals. So my job isn't to justify or not justify. I'm offering a hypothetical. I'm just posing the question. Okay. Forget about weighing packs, forget about feeling packs, forget about scanning packs. Take all that completely out of the equation. You were a dealer back in the day. You opened a hobby box. You started opening packs. There is a 1 per box or 1 per case hit. You open some packs. Third pack you open, you hit the box per hit or the case hit.
Yep.
You're not feeling packs. You're not touching packs. You're not scanning packs. But you just pulled the case hit. You stop. You leave the rest of the packs in the boxes there.
Bye-bye.
What is your obligation, if any, to state to anyone?
It's funny.
You didn't feel, you didn't touch, you didn't do anything. You just opened packs on your own.
No,
it's a matter of disclosure. That's it.
No,
That's
but
the thing.
no. See, I was going to mention this exact same thing. It's funny that Carlos and I had the same idea. So if I'm at work and we put up a box of Upper Deck Series 2, and some kid comes in, buys a pack, and the Bedard's in there, and he leaves.
Mm-hmm.
And later, a couple other people want to come in, and they're say, "Hey, I'll take a shot at it. I want to buy a couple of packs, hoping to get the Bedard." Well, I already know that it's not in that box.
You don't know 100% though,
but
could be too.
But
I just told you the story. So
I'm just saying, what am I supposed to do? Say, don't purchase that from us because I watched the kid an hour ago. Leave with what you're looking for. That doesn't seem like a smart business move.
it isn't. You wouldn't be in business long.
Right. So how much are you supposed to tell customers when you're a business? As long as you're running your business ethically and not scanning things, just like Carlos described, you just happen to, here's the case hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you did nothing. And in my scenario, you did nothing special to give yourself any better chance to pull it. You just did.
You're going to be out of business if the next person comes in and goes, man, I'm looking for that case hit. And you go, oh, no, I pulled that already. Don't bother spending your money here.
Yeah.
You're an idiot. Is it unethical or is it bad business? I mean, I'm kind of torn sometimes at work.
You can't be. It's up to people, and it doesn't mean there's only one Bedard in that pack. There could be another one in that box. I just told you.
The odds are against you, but it's not impossible. The odds are against you, but it's not impossible.
And that it's not impossible. You have to take it from there. And there might be a secondary. Maybe you're looking for the case hit, but maybe you're going to hit the box hit, or something really good. You never know. So you can't discern which is morally acceptable. It's just like we sell packs. You can buy a pack. You can win a nice card, or you can not. And not is mostly the case, but it's up to you. And it's just business. It's commerce, is what it is.
Yeah, for sure. But that, like I said, that's the reason
There's no
why.
Guarantees.
I'll give the caveat again, just so we're all on the same page. My job is not to justify it. My job is not to downplay it. I merely will pose the question because I go, creates this weird little dynamic, because that's part of the reason why the business of selling packs kind of went by the wayside. It is very difficult to sell people on buying individual packs today because of what we just talked about. And I'll give another example here in a second that one of these comments touches on as well.
For vintage packs too.
Sure.
Like if you had a Gretzky pack and you can see through the back because the wrapper's white, you can see a Gretzky. You pull that from that box, you have a chance of getting 2.73 Gretzky's per box. So you're going to have one less. So that box price, does it change? Who knows?
Yeah. And the odds just fell substantially. You knew that, but at the same time, there's still another one in there, maybe two.
And sometimes there's two, and then sometimes there's 3 or 4. You have to understand, if you know what I know about, because I have the 76 OPG video where you can see them grabbing from a box handfuls, and then they put it in this hopper. Now, in that box, there's rows. Now, there might be 8 sets. Well, if she picked a row and then it fell down because it slipped out of her hand, she's grabbing from another row, the offset. That's why OPG, you can't really track them with rack packs and or other packs, the collation. It was all over the board. Was there some close sometimes? Yes, but not like baseball, not like tops.
So Paul here is saying, Paul's saying SB Authentic, I believe the autos were on the left side, having watched a few breaks. So I'll touch on that as well. So there are some boxes and products where the hit is in a certain spot in the box. Now, this goes back to what I said a moment ago. This isn't you scanning. This isn't you feeling. This isn't you whatever. I'll give an example. The inaugural year AEW, the hit of the box was pretty much always in the same spot in the box. And it would take you a couple of boxes before you figured it out. And you'd pretty much go, and by the way, Allure, one of my favorite products, I've opened like a case and a half of it. The hit's pretty much in the same spot every time.
Yeah.
So if you're doing single boxes, single packs, I'll take this one pack. The hit's probably here. It wouldn't take much. You don't have to do anything special. You don't need to scan it. It's there.
And the dealers knew more anyways. The dealers all knew.
Yeah. And you pretty much is in the same spot every time. So pretty much without fail. So just saying. Zach says, went to an LCS as a kid where the owner would tell me if there were hits left based on what he had seen open, which is very honest. I think that's good. And Wes also says the same thing. My LCS tells people if their case was hit, assuming they know, which is very fair of them, which is very fair.
And that's what my gut tells me to do, right? And, that's what my morals tell me to do. But what about, like Bobby said, fair commerce? I mean, if every card shop does that, what, you just take the rest of the box and throw it in the trash because no one is going to buy it?
There's still secondary and third. Just
Yeah.
because you didn't win the lottery, you can still win.
I think the only thing you'd be able to do is
subsidiary
discount it.
prizes.
If you wanted to do that, you'd have to discount the pack price a little
And you
bit.
can't really, knowing what we know about the margins that they make on the box.
That's just it,
How
exactly.
do you sell the rest for
You can't
con?
lose money. If you are a brick and mortar, you cannot lose money.
No. And you don't make much on boxes anyways.
No.
No, not anymore. Not anymore. The margins have gotten really razor thin on a lot of
Bad.
that stuff.
Bad.
That's just it. So, Carl, good evening to you. Joining late, that I miss Bobby disparaging Atlanta already. We've hovered around it. Now, Bobby did say, Bobby did say that if the National made its way back to Atlanta, he may go to Hotlanta and maybe make a visit to the Cards HQ of Geoff. So we've got a little bit of disparagement, but at the same time, also acknowledgement. So it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Yeah,
we got a little bit of a mix here. We got a mix tonight. Wes says it doesn't stop people from buying the boxes, knowing the case is. So that is true. There are some people. Now, the case hit obviously is the big draw. However, depending on the product, there may still be something else they may still be targeting or shooting after that isn't the case hit per se. So there may still be some value to them to try to take a shot at it. It just depends on the product, right?
So the 1 of 1's gone, and maybe there's, a 1 of 20 or 1 of 5 or 1 of 8, whatever.
Yeah.
So.
To the right collector, look, I went and I talked about and I showed, like, I've sleeved up a bunch of cards here that are probably going to end up in Comsey. Does Jonas Rungeberg mean anything to me? No. Clearly, since I just dropped it.
It means less to you now. It means
it means even less. Yes. But the point is, like, don't worry, the card's chrome, it's fine. So, but the point is, to a collector of Vegas or to whatever, this is one of their marquee rookies from this. Maybe he's good, or maybe he could be good, and maybe they'll have some interest in it. Does it do anything for me? No. But that's not the point. The point is it may do something for somebody else. And you've got some of these other color ones, some of these rookies, and people may take a shot at it and whatever. It's fine. But the point is that these would not be considered like major hits. But to somebody who still wants one, they may still like it and they may still enjoy the card and you're good to go. Right? So they may still have some interest in taking a shot at pulling something that isn't the biggest hit, but maybe is a hit for a team or a player they like collecting.
Yeah, maybe a Nazim Concrete, so.
Oh, man. Yeah. Oh, man.
So I got it.
T206.
Got the leaf I wanted. That is.
You've got some stuff in there, yes. T206 Kid says, how about the repackers
or something? Like, honestly.
That's Eric's favorite set, man. That, like, he literally will stop at no expense to get those, complete the set. T206 Kid says, how about the repackers? Throw this out there. We see them at shows and someone pulled a hit, but the seller has more repacks left as he disclosed the big hit was pulled. Yeah, it's the same theme.
It's kind of obvious, right?
So if you're a repacker who's doing it with a checklist, you should be, as the cards are getting pulled, it should be getting scratched off so that as people go, they know that this hit's been pulled, this hit's been pulled, this hit's been pulled. That information is supposed to be available. Again, do a bunch of them not do it? Yes. Does that mean it's good? No, it's probably a bad deal for the people buying in. But I guess it goes back down to what we were talking about earlier tonight. I opened a blaster here tonight. I got it at discount. My dad got to open a blaster. He had some fun with it. I opened a blaster. I had some fun with it. I wasn't too worried about what I was pulling it because at the price point I was buying it at, I was comfortable taking the shot on that. Maybe I could have pulled something good. Who knows? But I also could have pulled basically nothing. I think so. I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. But I'm not spending hundreds and thousands of dollars on a break. I bought two $20 blasters. Hardly the end of the world. I'm going to spend most of my money on singles. So that's basically where I spend, because I'll usually just go and just buy the thing I want anyway.
Yeah, opening a box is not advantageous to almost anybody.
No. You do it just for fun. You do it for kicks. You do it, to have a thing. And like I said, some of these are going to end up on ComC. Here's an Austin Matthews with like the retro design, whatever. That's a nice single for somebody that'll cost them probably less than $1. That's probably where it's going to end up. And by the way, for them, that'll be a perfectly fine. Here you go. Austin Matthews, great.
Yep.
So
Done.
they'll get what they want, and I got a chance to open the box, and I took a chance, and maybe I could have pulled something cool. And I've pulled some good stuff from blasters before, so it was worth
Okay.
at least a shot once in a blue moon.
While we're on this, let's take a revisit to the Burbank sports cards joining Fanatics.
Fanatics, yes.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, and I'm sitting there. They took everything off of eBay to go exclusively there. Like, obviously, you must have been paid some kind of money to do that, because the commerce you lose just going exclusive would be phenomenal. Like, eBay is everything. You can never get away from eBay and going someplace exclusive. I don't think it'll work in that sense. Will Fanatics be successful with Burbank? Maybe. But will they be successful with eBay? They've always been. So to take that and move it, there must have been a payoff or something like that, because that's a bad business move unless it's a payout. I can't see it any other way. Like, really. It's like me pulling everything off of eBay and just going on Facebook Marketplace. It's just like, why?
Mm-hmm.
I use both, and I use others.
So I think to your point, Bobby. So since we'll touch on it, let's talk about it for a little bit.
Sure.
I agree that my guess would be that there are incentives beyond just simply, advantageous rates and, preferable treatment in terms of where it comes up in the listings.
Come on, man, you can do it. We'll have fun.
Well, the thing is, though, like, look, it was something we talked about on the podcast. eBay is actually not a good platform. In a lot of ways, it's actually kind of shitty, but it works well enough for a lot of things, and that's what has allowed it to be in the position it's in. But, if you're a seller on there, I actually don't like eBay at all. As a buyer, I barely like eBay. So in either category, but is it useful? Yes, absolutely. I will go where the cards are. As a buyer, now put buyer hat on,
Sure.
I'm going where the cards are. But I've also bought cards on Mercari. I bought cards on Compsy. I bought cards on Beckett, heaven forbid. I bought cards on all these other platforms because that's where those cards were. So
That's
I
right.
went where the cards were. Would I prefer to be in one spot, stop shopping? Yes, that would be nice, because then I don't have to search in all these other places. But I'm willing to go there. I'm willing to go seek out these other things because that's where they are. And sometimes there are opportunities. To your point, Facebook Marketplace, Facebook groups. Sometimes I find some stuff on there, and hey, that's an opportunity to pick up something great. Awesome. So I'm willing as a collector sometimes, but most collectors are not willing to go very far beyond their baseline. The one thing that this has in favor of it is that I do assume the Fanatics gave them some enticement beyond the obvious. There's probably some stuff on the back end there that makes it interesting for them. But the other part of that is this. I think we underestimate how many sellers, if given the right incentives, would still consider ditching eBay if enough eyeballs could be drawn to the alternative platform. The eyeballs is the key. If you can get enough eyeballs there where they can make sales, then they would at least consider it if the deal is right, because the deal is the key. If you can still sell a pretty decent amount of stuff, you get enough eyeballs on there, you sell a decent amount of stuff, and they actually charge you a little bit less, then it can kind of work. Because right now eBay is taking kind of 13, 14% off the top. So that's always, you got to factor that in. You make $100, you don't actually make $100. You make 87 or $86. So you got to but then on this other platform, you make $95, but you net out to 88, you're actually a couple bucks ahead. So it depends on the deal that you're getting and whatever the case may be.
True, but I can't see going exclusive. I just don't see the.
That's why I think they got really good incentives. I think they got some really good
Huge
stuff on the back end.
Oh, yeah.
So it's one of those things. Now, one point that I was making that we did on the podcast, I don't think it's just cash, because if it's just cash, an exclusive isn't worth it. You got to get more. It's got to be like, you're promising me something interesting that makes it worth. I am getting a little bit of cash. I'm getting a little bit of allocation. I'm getting very favorable treatment in a lot of these other categories. Hey, you know what? I want to have a signer at my store. I can get Tom Brady on the phone. He can come in my store and sign shit for me. Like stuff like that. I'm just using these examples.
Sure.
But these are little things that they can do that can make it enticing to say, like, yes, snap your fingers. You make the call. We'll bring so-and-so into the store for you. They'll do an event for you. And then boom. And they offer you some additional things that make you some money down the road and that they can offer.
If you're looking for a card that you haven't seen in a long time, if Fanatics does work out to be one of the premier sites, it can still be on eBay. And I think you have even more of an opportunity on eBay because you have the rando people where most people don't even realize Fanatics. I didn't know there's a place like that. And this is the reason why, I get a lot of deals. A lot of people get deals because people are just kind of getting rid of stuff. They don't even know the price. Sometimes it's to buy it now it's really cheap.
Yeah.
Or they just want to get rid of it. They just want to get some money in. They don't care if they get the top end dollar. Whereas Fanatics will be directly priced accordingly. I don't think there'll be the steal of a deal that you can find that you might on eBay or Marketplace for that matter. Or any other.
I think a lot of it just depends on how they set up their infrastructure. Because my point that I was making when we did the episode is that Burbank has agreed to an exclusive deal. And I'll touch on Paul's question here in a second. They agreed to an exclusive deal, which makes me think that they have some other inducements, some other enticements. However, there is nothing stopping you if you're an eBay seller today from cross-posting. What that means is you can take the same item and you can list it on both platforms, and wherever it sells, and you take the money.
And why didn't they do that?
Yeah. But that's my point. I'm saying I think they got some extra enticements to make it worth their while. But for somebody else who's not Burbank, that can bring your attention to, what the hell? We'll cross post it on both. What do we have to lose? If it sells on the other one, do we give a crap? Do we get paid? No. Great, fine. That's fine. So the point is, so from Fanatics standpoint, getting Burbank online brings a bunch of singles to them, which in turn enhances their offering and maybe makes it more interesting for other people to at least look at it, which brings more eyeballs. And then other sellers can be like, well, if you're going to get at least some eyeballs, I may as well list a couple of things on there and at least give it a shot.
And this happened maybe 15 years ago, maybe a little longer, where the stamp guys who collect stamps, he started his own website, this one guy, and then all the premier auctions of the stamps, and then they had a group, and then they started their own thing. So all the stamp guys moved there. Problem was there was no more steal of a deals. Everything is priced sort of accordingly. It's almost like, having one a price guide and the other one is just random. And that's where the randomness of eBay comes in to be beneficial to collectors because we all want a deal. We all want a better deal. If you go to Fanatics, it's going to be priced pretty close to what the actual value is. And I see that being a disadvantage opposed to an advantage. And I see the Burbank being totally disadvantaged in that regard. They do what they do. It doesn't matter where they go. People are still going to buy cards, but taking yourself off of eBay, boy, that must have been a sweet deal. It had to be. It really had to be. I can't see it.
My expectation, I'm giving Rob Vera's credit for having the acumen to have negotiated a deal where he gets some enticements, where he gets some stuff that makes it worth his while. Because the key word was exclusive. If it was just list some stuff with us, that's one kind of deal. If it is exclusive, you're asking a lot more. I'm sticking my neck out, so you better make this worth my while.
And, he's getting older too, the owner. I just see him going, hey, we're round in the back nine. Let's just kind of, hey, we'll do this, do that, and I'm out, and I'll live on my, I don't know, $20 million that I have. I can live comfortably on that.
Well, the thing is, Rob Vera's, yes, but his son is already kind of in the business now. So it's one of those things where he's going to be still potentially be doing it for a while. So he's got his chance to potentially be running it. So regardless of what it is, I have to assume that his deal is something that they still feel comfortable is going to be advantageous. So that's why I say I'd be curious what the inducements are. I think that's going to be the important piece. Whatever those inducements are is going to be what makes it deal.
Yeah.
No, we won't. But he's clearly comfortable enough that he was willing to do the exclusive deal. So whatever it is, he got something for his
I thought that was a major move that I didn't understand. And I guess you won't until you find out. You won't find out. Exactly. So at this point, it's just, is it a good business move? No. But is it a good business move personally for him? Yes. Not for his business, though. But for his personal or whatever he's doing with his business. And what they can give him is probably, untouchable for most anybody else. 40 million cards is a lot of cards.
Yeah,
it's a lot
for Fanatics. It makes it worthwhile to get because immediately you get inventory. It puts inventory on the platform overnight.
It makes their platform.
Yeah. So I get it from their perspective, and it gets us talking about it. If nothing else, it gets us talking about it, which immediately gives them some value right there, just if nothing else.
True enough.
So Carlisle says, I've been interested in picking up a specific card. It's expensive. I'm wondering what your price threshold is when you decide it's too risky to pick up an ungraded card. So I think one important thing. So I'm going to assume here the conversation is talking about online, because online and offline are probably two different conversations to me. On offline, my threshold goes up because I get to handle the card. That makes me more comfortable, just naturally.
Sure.
It gives me a lot more comfort. And one other distinction I'll make: vintage or modern. For a lot of modern, I'm more my threshold is actually a little higher because I'm a lot more comfortable with some of those products,
Probably
and they're not
modern.
as big a deal. If it's vintage, my threshold drops because there's a lot of little things that I know can be done to some of. I want to handle the card. I want to see the card and handle it myself, and that gives me a lot more comfort. So in person, my threshold would be higher. Online, my threshold's a lot lower.
Yes.
So I'll give you an example. One of the cards that I showed earlier tonight, the dentist PC card, that's a 4-figure card, and I bought that ungraded, but that is also a modern card, and I know the many
relatively new.
Yeah. So I'm not as worried about that. If it was a vintage card, I'm not buying a 4-figure vintage card on eBay. I don't care how many pictures you show me. I'm going to need for graded. I want that extra layer in between us. If it's in person, I may be more willing to do that deal. But again, I got to handle it. I got to look at it. I'm very comfortable handling a lot of these vintage cards, especially baseball vintage, because I've handled them over years. So I'm always going to be more comfortable having it in hand myself. But online, my threshold drops a lot. So those are the important factors for me.
And even at the show, there's a dealer friend of mine. He had a whole bunch of 1933. No, it wasn't 33. I think it was maybe 36 O-Pee-Chee. Mm-hmm. And they were beautiful. They're gorgeous. He got them directly from this lady who, whatever the story was behind it. So they're super nice. And I figured by the end of the show, they'll be gone. And he still had most of them because people were leery about, why are these so nice? Yeah. Why is everything so good? So that confidence, and people don't know how to check for grade, how to investigate the cards to know that they're not tampered with. And they just rely on PSA most of the time, or any grading company for that matter. Well, some are better than others, obviously. So, it's not always about that. So vintage is very touchy-feely. With the new cards, even if Kurt had his way with them, who cares?
Generally speaking, with a lot of the newer ones, you're usually not as worried about it. Like, now, I think one point here is that there is a certain threshold at which I would look at it and go, okay, but why? So, example, in vintage, modern, doesn't really matter. Somebody offers you a 52 Topps Mantle for $500, and it's not run over by a car, shredded into confetti. I got questions. I got a lot of questions. Something seems wrong here. Something's broken here. Mm-hmm. So the threshold is not as important as what does your logic tell you here? Does this make sense? Do these things jive? You get a Tom Brady, contenders rookie, the autograph, whatever, and somebody wants $1,000 for it, and it doesn't look like it's shredded. It doesn't look like okay. But that's a modern card. Yeah, but that price doesn't quite jive with where they go for usually. Something seems wrong here. It's the same principle. It's the same idea. If it feels too good, I got a problem. I got to question it. And it goes back to your story and your point. And this is something I converse with a lot of vintage guys. They say, oh, but you know what? I want graded cards. Like, hey, that's fine. That's okay. And if you're comfortable handling the cards in person, but if I remove the graded cards from the hobby entirely, you're sitting there acting like people wouldn't alter vintage cards anyway. It just makes it easier. Why wouldn't you? Like in that case, it's open season. Grab your scissors. Let's go. Yeah. Any vintage card that looks like the edges and everything are really nice, I would really scrutinize very carefully in that non-graded universe. Mm-hmm. Oh, but Carlos, great, altered card get through in the holder. I understand that. But I promise you, if you lived in that non-graded world today with the amount of money at stake, every vintage card that has nice edges, 99.7% of them would be altered in some way. Eric's over there with his pair of scissors getting warmed up right now as we speak.
Well, case in point, we there it is. Oh,
He's ready to go.
Get those.
Yeah, he's ready. Like, see, I told you, you don't have to wait. He's there.
So we opened up a 54 pack, Topps Hockey at the expo, and the cards were sent in. 2 passed, 4 came back as minimum side or evidence of
Trimming,
whatever it was. And started like straight from a pack. Minimum size, there was no size difference. It was just unbelievable that we sat there. And the cards, they got 7s and 8s. It's like, are you kidding? Yeah. And we had the top card guys. There was 2 of the guys. There's a couple guys at the show and they said, man, those are the nicest cards I've ever seen. There's no chipping. There's no nothing. They still have the gloss. Centering's beautiful. It's like, you get a 7 or 8. It's almost like they went, I don't know if I really want to. So that technicality of the cards being graded or not, it's just it's out there, and not much you can do about it, really. Straight from a pack. I'll show you the video. I got the video. One day I'll show it.
But it also comes back down to, so then you go look at some vintage that are 9s and 10s, and you go, things make you go,
things that make you go,
how interesting.
But these have provenance.
No, I get it. But what I'm getting at is you go look at those at a certain point with vintage in particular. If it's too nice, I immediately become suspicious. Because if it's old enough and nice enough, then the two combination, like, okay, but where did it come from? where did this originally stem from?
Well, it's like the 62 and 63 Parkers. There was a find, actually, one of my mentors, Ronald Villeneuve, he had like 30 of those vending machines, the 5 cents, and they got the 4 slots. Yeah. The vintage ones from the 60s. He got bought a whole thing, and they were full of hockey and some non-sports mint, obviously, because they were just for vending. They never went through the gum process. So, there's a lot of that out there, and people kind of respect those if they're nice. And you don't have to trim them because there's so many on the pop record, it doesn't really matter. So it's kind of funny. But if you don't know the information behind the find or where the card came from, then what do? Assume.
Sure. Yeah. But like I said, when it comes to certain series, you're talking about different series. For some series and certain sets and certain years, then there's a big find, then high grade versions of it make sense. But you take a condition sensitive issue that there aren't suddenly, and then suddenly somebody finds 500 that are in mint condition. Wait, why? You have to ask kind of why. Okay, where did this come from?
I'll ask Eric a question.
You found a whole bunch of mint 68s. I'd question that.
Well, I don't think you can trim them. There's not enough border to really trim those things because they're already all off to begin with. Yeah, right. Now, regarding Eric, your 1969 O-Peachies, you collecting the set, right?
Yeah.
Or just signed, or both?
Anything 6970 Topps or O-Peachy.
So which series is the nicest series, the first or second?
Second.
Second series is the nicest, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So, and I know the reason why. And this goes back to Woody Gelman, where he sold the card collector. So Woody Gelman in the 60s, he actually was selling the first series of Topps when Topps finally went on their own. And they would get in the second series of O-Peachy. So what happened, O-Peachy would issue the cards, but and Topps would do their own. But to get the O-Peachy sheet, they would have to send it down. Woody Gelman would use Topps to cut the cards, and that's why that second series are so nice and always in high grade. These little stories are so pertinent for understanding, certain sets. In hockey, I'm sure baseball stuff has went on. But a lot of stuff went down with Woody Gelman and Topps and working there and him selling the sets out the back door. So a lot of people have half Topps and half O-Peachy sets. It's just like, what were you thinking? And it didn't matter at that time because who cares?
You just selling gum.
No, he wasn't selling. They were just selling sets.
Oh, okay.
First series available now. In a few months, they said the second series will be available. It's in the advertisement I have, from 69, 70, 71, 67, 54, whatever. They all went back and they were selling them out the back door. And that's how the United States ended up with hockey cards prior to 1968. Was Woody Gelman or his dad, Sam Rosen.
Exactly. So Eric, you're collecting illegal contraband.
I think
Shame
so.
on you.
Actually, he's collecting O-Pee-Chee cards that would cut the tops.
Dang.
That's why they're so nice.
Yep. Paul says here, did Burbank have a timeline to switch? So it's supposed to be over the next couple of months. It's not overnight. It doesn't. They didn't just flip
40
the
million
switch
cards.
off. Yeah, you can. Right now on eBay they've got
Cut
2.4
and
million.
paste.
Yeah, they got 2.4 million. So they're going to take their time. They're going to do it in phases. And Burbank has Rob Veras has done an interview or two now talking about it. He goes, they're going to do it in phases because they obviously there's a lot of stuff they have to list. So they're basically prepping their templates and everything to get it ready to go on Fanatics. And as it goes on Fanatics, it'll start getting pulled off eBay. But in the meantime, they still like making money, so they're still gonna offer it to you. You can go onto the eBay store and buy your stuff. In the meantime, it'll be fine. They'll still complete this deal. Yeah, lost in the Burbank deal. Yep. I read the USPS just released a new Henry Aaron stamp. Haven't seen it yet. Oh, hopefully it's a good design. That should be pretty interesting. Seems crazy to eBay to let Burbank walk. Well, they didn't really have a choice in the matter. people can come and go on eBay if they want. There's no lifetime contract with eBay. Always seems people are trying to leave eBay. Behind the scenes, there are major consigners telling eBay they could leave, and eBay actually fights to keep. Or is eBay arrogant thinking he'll be back?
I think eBay is one of the best treasure troves of today, yesterday, and tomorrow. And they always will be. It's the innocence of eBay and what is listed that creates a lot of great deals that you can find. You won't find that in particular sites where people know what they have directly. It's like going to a flea market or going to a garage sale. It's where the great deals are. Can you believe he had this whole set there and he wanted $5?
It is, but look, I use an example, and I would recommend anybody check out the last podcast we did because we talked a little bit about this at length. But one of the points that I made is that the discoverability on eBay has really fallen off the face of the earth. So unless you want to sit there and go page by page by page, I came across a card that I purchased the other day. I've got save searches that cover a lot of variety of different things, and it completely evaded every single one of my searches. I'm going out of my way to try to find the damn card, and it completely evaded me. I found it by complete accident.
And the reason why is because if they don't offer shipping to Canada, you won't see it.
I'm out checking eBay.com. I don't check shipping to Canada. I've got a US address. It's already preset.
Oh,
I'm not looking for Canada.
So you can get it. Yeah.
Yeah. But it still didn't come across. It completely missed it. And the only reason I found it was because I was looking at a different item and it said, other items you may be interested in. And it was right there. And it was already preset, like for US address and everything. My safe search should have picked it up. Completely missed it. And it was like, my safe search was broad enough that it should have completely picked it up. Totally missed it.
Was that
so
the automatically email search or was it?
No, both. I do manual search. I'll go all the pages and check them. And it was not there. So I'm sitting there going like, okay, so no wonder why some sellers are frustrated. They're going like, why is no one seeing my listing? The information is correct. I'm not mislabeling. The title is there. The information is there. The metadata is all correct. Still not coming up. Why not? The item that was there, that card, the Medano card there, it was at a buy it now where there was no hesitation. I literally hit buy it now. I didn't even try to negotiate. Like, this price is fine. I'll take it. Thank you. I don't know how long it's been listed on there, but I completely missed it. I've got multiple save searches to catch different variations, different name variations and all. Nope. Completely missed it. And then I look at the listing. It's perfectly normal. There's nothing weird about it.
And that's a rarity, I would say. But
it does happen. So you'll find these weird, and then sometimes an item will nothing, and one day it just randomly sells, and just somebody happens to catch it.
Yes.
So it's just such a big database at this point that eBay has. Stuff falls through the cracks. It happens. Yeah. So it's one of those things where, as a seller, I can imagine that also being frustrating, because imagine you've got this gigantic inventory and stuff is not coming up in the search, and then you're sitting there like, well, that's why it's not selling. What are we doing here?
Mm-hmm.
So kind of to touch on Justin's point, I think it's symbiotic. So eBay is a great platform. It has a lot of eyeballs. But what happens if you wake up tomorrow and you look at eBay and you see millions of listings and it's all garbage that no one wants? Eventually, those eyeballs will start going away, because what's the point of me looking if I can't find the things? That's why I gave the point earlier. As a collector, I go where the items are. I will work a lot harder than most people will. But when it comes to a lot of this, would I prefer it? Would it be wonderful if it was all listed in one place? That'd be great. That'd be very convenient for me. It would save me a lot of time. But I'm a collector and I'm looking for certain specific things. So it's not good enough that, oh, but eBay has millions listed. Yeah, but it's millions listings of stuff I don't want. So I don't care. It's got millions listings. It doesn't do me any good.
But it's your best place to get a great deal.
It used to be. Today, it's okay. And sometimes I'll find it, and a lot of times I won't. It depends on what you're looking for. For what I'm looking for, most of the time, good deal is once in a blue moon at best.
Well, yeah. If you're looking for that one-on-one, maybe it's there on eBay. You don't know. That's why you have to search everything. And you always will have to. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. And I can tell you right now, from the research that I did, there's a couple of speaking of one-on-ones, there's a couple of one-on-ones that used to be on eBay that have been pulled from eBay and are no longer there. But I found them on Fanatics. They're there now. They're not on eBay anymore. They've been pulled. And that has nothing to do with Burbank. That's completely different sellers.
No,
why? I have no idea. They just disappeared one day. They were on my safe search and they were gone. And I was like, where the hell did they go? I actually found them on Fanatics the other day. So I don't know.
Still didn't buy it?
And the price is still a little high for me. But it does have a best offer. It does have a best offer. So maybe one of these days I'll make an offer.
Yeah.
But at least it's in the platform. At least now I know where it is. So now I can locate it.
What is Fanatics fees?
Depends on the price of the
CC fees weren't that much better than eBay, I think, at one point.
They weren't. For a lower end item, it's 6%.
Okay. Lower end meaning
under $120. Under $120.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So for that one, if you're like at $100, it's okay. You're getting about half the price of eBay, which is not bad.
That's good. Yep.
For the next year above it, it's equivalent to eBay. And then if you go higher end, then it starts going down again. Starts going down like 10, 8%, thereabouts.
Wow.
So the higher end, it goes back down.
So they went equal with eBay. That's unusual.
Yeah. So that's why I say, like, it'll be interesting.
It's like gas wars, you got to keep it a few cents below the other guy, or percentage point, whatever.
Well, look, for me as a seller and as a buyer, I want to see them compete with each other. So to me, like, I don't care. Yeah. I don't need Fanatics to win. I just need Fanatics to force eBay to compete. And if eBay competes, this is good for me. Mm-hmm. So that's it. I just need them to compete a little bit. If it forces them to compete, that's a win-win.
Yes.
Yeah, Bob says eBay searching fucking sucks. You find a single word and misses it, and below it says other stuff you might like, and there it is. That's basically my experience. That's what happened with that particular. And again, that was a tougher card that I've been looking for the longest time, and I've got all these save searches, and I completely miss it. And it's other stuff you may. Yes, it is something I might like. You're right.
Yeah,
it would have been nice if it had come up in the search when I was looking for it.
Exactly.
But let's take that at not even a 10-1. I'd have to say 40-1, 50-1, maybe. Percentage point of what you will find and what you might have missed. But then again, you can't equate what you missed because you missed it. You don't know.
You don't know. Exactly.
Never click ever do this on eBay. Never click sold completed. It'll piss you off.
There you go.
It's like
Carlos says
I missed it.
Fuck. Yeah. Carlos says, I think it was Probstein who said months ago that eBay needs to come up with a better strategy to reduce all the white noise. Yes, I did remember something to that effect. He proposed automatic relisting at a fraction of the previous listing. Sure. So it's one of those things where there are a lot of items. So this is a fact. There are a lot of items on eBay that are priced at such a level where there's no chance of them ever selling. And they just kind of clog up the works. They're just there. So you'll say, oh, there's millions of listings. Yeah, but if it's a $10 card that's listed at $1,800, like, who cares? It's not. Yeah, it's a listing, but what good does this do to any of us? It's not going to help anybody.
No,
it's a waste of time.
True.
I definitely think some people deliberately overprice on eBay to create visibility and encourage people to reach out and finish the transaction offline. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Or you can go to a lot of people use the same username on Instagram or Facebook or what have you. So you can always go, hey, that's a weird kind of name. Let me type that in. And you actually do a Google search and then it'll come up. Hey, maybe he's in Facebook. Hey, great. Okay, let me contact him.
Mm-hmm. Well, my favorite, I mentioned it to, I don't think it made on, I don't remember if I said it on the podcast or not, but I'll just repeat it here. My favorite is when you've got an eBay seller name that'll say Bougie Eric _IG.
Yep.
They're literally telling you what their Instagram name is in the seller name. They're saying, on IG. So,
Contact
you know,
me.
Eric's
You'll see.
eBay handle will be
I'll say.
Sanderson__ on IG.
Yep. Simple.
And it'll be like, I wonder where I could find them on Instagram.
Yes.
They're telling you
And
exactly where.
actually, and when you go to your info page on Facebook, a lot of people put their address, their name, their phone number, everything on there, and you can. It's like, oh, come visit us at our store on this. Call up the store.
Mhm.
You know.
Yeah, they're
Collectors
basically
world
trying to tell you
in Boston.
they're literally trying to make it easy for you to reach out.
Yes.
There used to be a comic store in Oakville that sold hockey cards, and they gave you all the contact info. So if they had it on eBay, I remember calling them and being like, "Hi, you've got this thing on eBay. Would you take this for it?" He goes, "You want to come to the store and pay for it?" Like, yeah, okay, we'll take that.
Sure.
Pull it off of eBay, done deal.
Why not?
Just pick up the phone and make a phone call and be like, "Would you be?" Oakville's just beside me, so it's like, yeah, I can come by. I can come by tomorrow and pick it up. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fine.
$20, $30 items don't really matter much, but when you get into $150, $200 item, I can see.
Yeah. Hey, you're saving 13% fees every time you're able to pull off one of those things. It's like you're getting more money you're getting more bang for your buck. So maybe you're a little more flexible on some of those items. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
getting percentage points, right?
Well, I can see Fanatics doing the 6% is very smart, but them going right up to eBay fees, that doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't they hover at 10%?
I think it's gonna be
more
one of those. I think it's gonna be one of those things where they put that price on there right now because they're playing around with it.
No, DWCC has carried that price for the longest
No,
time.
I understand, but no, the 6% is new for Fanatics. They
Oh, is it?
added that 6% in, yeah. So they're clearly willing to adjust it. So right now they don't have as many listings, but Burbank comes in, they start listing a bunch. So obviously, Burbank isn't paying whatever the posted rate is. They're getting a different rate entirely.
Sure.
But if they're able to draw a little bit of traffic and they think there's some opportunity here, you can tweak some of those prices down. You can bring them down a couple of percentage points and make it a little more competitive and be like, all right, we'll bring them a couple percentage points below eBay for the second level and the third level. And here you go.
It would have to be more than 1 or 2%. I think you'd have to go down to like 10 points. And that would really adjust things accordingly.
I think you could, yeah. Browsing Burbank, they have 9091 Pro set comments for $1.69. They basically got a baseline. There's no point in going much below that.
No.
If you're on eBay, you're not listing anything for 99 cents anymore. There's no point.
If you buy a Pro Set card for $1.69, you're an idiot.
So when you're buying them for $1.99 because they're Boston Bruins, what should we call you?
I have never purchased Pro Set cards since 1990.
All right, we'll see. We'll see how this man feels about it because Pro Set is a Leaf brand. We'll see what happens when Eric sees the Reggie Pro Set and it's 57,000 parallels and he's paying a lot more than $1.69 for them.
I don't want to talk about it.
Those are probably just the Leaf ones. Second
I
generation.
don't want to talk about it.
Pro Set.
I'm already sickened enough.
Just saying. Zach said, I got caught up on eBay sharing personal info through eBay messages, but your card stores have their address and phone numbers in their listing. Yes.
Yep. You can put your business card, take a picture. It's just like and do as your motif or who you are, avatar.
Yeah. And they also used to be more flexible with that. They used to leave you a lot more latitude to put the information on there for contact points. So now they've cracked down on it some for sure, but there's a million ways to circumvent stuff like that. I'm not going to advocate. And by the way, I'm not telling you to do that because obviously, you get caught, you get caught.
Why would you want to do that?
Do people do it?
Depends.
Yeah.
Maybe.
People do. Yeah.
I think so. Possibly.
Yep.
Other people. Probably. But you can put your phone number there. You just have to skip space.
Yeah. You just put a character in there.
It's just like,
Well, it's like the old message board forums where they're like, oh, you can't put an email on it. Okay. Sanderson or open bracket, the word at close bracket, hotmail.com.
Yeah.
Wow. You did it. Who would have
Worked out
thought?
that way.
Sneaky.
It happens all the time. Well, that goes back to the conversation though on the podcast. We said it over and over again. It's not that people love eBay. It's that it's the best platform that we've got currently for what a lot of us are looking for. And it's got a lot of eyeballs and it does have a lot of inventory. But if anyone offered anything, most of us would ditch them in a fraction of a second if you offered a half decent alternative because it isn't great. It's good enough. But I swear, like, I would love nothing more than to ditch you. Love it. But until then, I'll go where the cards are. If the cards are there, that's where I'll go. But that's what I said. As a collector, that's just how it works. To each their own, however. Good stuff. So we touched on that. We did that. Talked about FanFest. We talked about National. I made fun of Fishboy. Did that. Let me think here. Anything else related? Oh, yeah, one more thing. No, I still felt good about it.
Yep. Yeah.
Still good. Yeah.
I keep clipping out here on my end, so before we go, I'll just go now because I think you're gonna sum it up in another 5 minutes or so. So
Yeah, we're about finishing up. Yeah.
yeah,
So Bobby,
yeah.
so have yourself a good night. I'll reach out and we'll talk. If we end up at Collecticon, we'll chat. And it sounded like Josh might be bound that way, so I'll double check with him and see if he might be down by that way. So maybe we'll meet up, and if we do, there'll be some content related to it. So y'all are
True. Yes. Exactly.
So we'll see. Okay. Maybe this weekend we'll find out.
All right.
All right, Bobby. Have a good
Sounds
night.
good.
Thank you for the Garage of
Hey,
Knowledge.
Bobby.
We appreciate you.
Night, guys.
And we acknowledge you as the page 91 and 92 hobby goat that you are.
91 and 92.
Yeah, there's two pages.
Page 91.
I'm on one page, but yes, us. Yes.
Yes. There's two pages of acknowledgments.
I'm on page 92 also.
You're not on
93.
anything.
You're
You're not
93.
on anything. Yeah.
It's the
It
blank
is.
page. Bye-bye.
Have a good night, Bobby. Take it easy. Fishboy belongs in the Hall of Fame of Injuries. Facts. He's the injury goat. Does that count?
We'll have our statues right next to each other.
That'll be amazing. Here you go. Refractor Jones. There's an analogy for you. eBay is the devil we know. That's about all we got going for us. Can we get to 30 likes? I don't know. How close are we? We had enough people previously, so I don't know. How many are we at? I don't know. We'll have to see. Put him in the Pyrex Museum. Dude is made of glass. There you go. There's a reference for you. Sounds good. So I think we touched on the main stuff, Eric. I'm trying to think, was there anything else? I think we've covered the main things for the evening. I'm just trying to think.
Yeah.
Anything else before we start signing off towards as we move closer to episode 200? Its epicness.
Oh God. It's crazy. I gotta look and see how many of these I've done. I know it hasn't been 200, but it's gotta be 100 plus.
Well, look, I don't know what you're bragging about. I've been on 200 of them.
No, I'm not bragging. I'm complaining.
You're complaining that you didn't. Did you gonna get to more of them? I know.
No,
I get
I'm
it.
complaining that I've done too many.
No such thing. Let's go. Oh, 30. Okay, we got there. Nice. All right. I like it. Bob Jackson says, I can recall the first time Eric was on. Dang. There you go.
Really?
Yeah. I got to see. For 100, I actually was able to find. For 100, I was actually able to do like a little clip thing. So maybe I'll go find the clip that I did for 100. The problem is for 101 to 200, I'm like, oh my God. I do have the clip though, like when Victor was on and he asked me if I was a hobby watchdog, and I told him I was a man of peace. I enjoyed that. Just Victor's reaction to it. It was played beautifully. I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Beautifully.
Oh, it was mwah, chef's kiss. Bob Jackson says he recalled it and he thought to himself, who is this stork? I think you're still asking that question. Good evening, Zach. No worries. I remember Eric's first episode. See, the people have memories. Wasn't many episodes before Eric became the show's whipping post.
No, it happened pretty quick.
Yep. We learned his lot in life.
Yeah.
And once we knew it, We had it nailed down, people. We had it nailed down. Mm-hmm.
I wear my crown of thorns proudly.
You should. You should. All right, Eric. So before we call it a night, is there any last thoughts or cards that you want to share? You're sitting on a box of cards, so I just figured you had cards there.
No. Earlier when he was talking about second series O-Pee-Chees being in better shape, I was going to pull a couple out, but that's not necessary now.
I see. Doesn't do yourself any favors crashing his bicycle. True.
No, I do
I
not.
think a clip of Eric yelling at clouds would be awesome. That would be quite the supercut. That would probably be like a 2-hour supercut.
There's probably many
be-
clips of that.
Yeah, that would probably be like the entire episode. It'd be pretty impressive. Not gonna lie. I like it. All right. So one more quick thing before we take off. Just going to make a quick point. So I mentioned the whole thing with the blasters and everything, right?
Right.
So I didn't spend too much time staring. I found the section because for some reason my brain, I have to try to reprogram myself. Remember that they put the blasters in the toy section at Walmart. For some reason, I had to kind of remind myself that because it had been a while since I walked in one.
All right.
They were cleared out pretty well, though, man. Like it was actually kind of impressive to me because basically what they had left was these O-Pee-Chee Platinums. So a couple of these, and then I think there were also a couple of like Panini unlicensed baseball. Like they were cleared out. Somebody had been by as a marauder. I'm guessing because they had the stickers for like the half off, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Still a decent amount of these. And by the way, O-Pee-Chee Platinum's a fun product for like $20. It's a decent rip.
Sure.
Yeah, it's fun for what it is. As long as it's not too expensive, it's fine. But yeah, I'm guessing some people like went. So I don't know what they had. I'd be kind of curious. I'm kind of genuinely. I'm like, I was actually at 2 different Walmarts over the last couple of days, and I happened to be around and I grabbed some of it. So
we have people coming in all the time with bags and bags and bags filled with blasters. And that's all they do. Is they go to the Walmart, they go to the Target, they go to this
Target,
wherever else, Target, and just wipe the shelf out, buy them, and then come sell them to us.
Still seems to be in effect. I keep being told the hobby's dead, but I guess at the very least, retail hoarding is still alive and well.
Yeah,
so it would seem. Refractor Jones, thank you, gentlemen. Good listening while I sorted some of the hoard. Appreciate you, Refractor Jones. Thank you for chiming in. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Paul C says, with Eric explaining after each, whether he still yells at them. I think that's valid. It's episode 2. That'd be a highlight show. Jay Can't, hobby's dead. Damn right.
Ah, damn it.
If only it had died. Listen, I can only hope. And if not, we need to kill it. We need to kill it quickly.
If the hobby dies, do I have to still do this stupid show?
Absolutely. Then it's going to be the post-hobby show. Then we restart the count at 1. And now we're in the post-hobby talk live. Oh, my God.
Oh.
A new series begins. Amazing.
Horrible.
All hail the junk scarcity era. Yes. Bob Jackson says yes. You see? Sorry. Eric, what you don't seem to understand is your contract covers in perpetuity past your death. And then if the hobby dies, then we do the post-hobby talk live. But we start at episode 1. We start again at 1.
I don't want to start at 1. I don't want to do anymore. I don't want to do anymore.
Then it's going to be the hobby history show. That's right. Yes, I need a caretaker. Exactly, J-Can. We got this. Time for the barrel to shine. Exactly. We can start with the beginning of what was the hobby before it died. So we got to talk about the whole hobby from the beginning of time until it died, and then we continue post-hobby.
Oh, how exciting.
That's like thousands of episodes. Eric, we might have to go nightly. We might have to switch to nightly. That's the only way we can get caught up. That's a lot of ground to cover.
Can you imagine?
Woo, man. Eric will be the eternal witness. Facts. Oh, man. I'm getting excited now. I'm pumped. Let's kill this goddamn hobby so we can get on with it. It's going to be amazing. I'm excited. I'm enthused. I'm all warmed up, buddy. I have to talk about who killed it. Exactly, Rock Latex. That's right. See? The people are pumped, Eric. This is getting exciting now. We're getting good. All right. On that bombshell, we'll call it a night. So it is now Saturday on the East Coast. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have a good one. I don't know where you are it qualifies, but in Canada we got a long weekend here. We got civic holiday where I am. So
I don't know
civic
what the hell
holiday,
that
the
is.
infamous civic holiday. It's a civic holiday, Eric. It's a holiday for the civics. All right, that's it.
Okay.
Maybe if you have a Honda Civic, you have a holiday. Enjoy.
Fair enough.
So we got that going for us. Otherwise, on the West Coast, you still got a little time left. Name. Good night to you. And thank you to the Burrell and the Garage of Knowledge, as always. And thank you to Brad for popping in. He managed to hang in there a whole 2 hours because he basically wakes up at 1 a.m. So, he's a sick man. But he was able to hang in there and he was able to participate in it and give us a little background on the National. So that was fun. There you go. BC Day here on Monday. So see, they have their own made-up holiday.
They even they're making stuff up everywhere in that country. Unbelievable. Tomorrow, 5 a.m. men's Olympic cycling road race. I'm sure everyone will be up at 5 a.m. cheering on whatever nation they're from.
So at 4 a.m., do they do coverage of the drug testing first? And by drug testing, I mean the drug taking.
No.
Like they're testing the drugs. They take them and they test them.
Well,
they make sure they're good.
They don't televise that. So that's at 5.
I thought you paid for like the super deluxe premium so you could watch all this shit. What happened? Why aren't you getting that?
Yeah, Lance Armstrong's the co-host of that that segment, and he demonstrates exactly where the needle goes. It's really good.
See, that's some good coverage. That's what you pay extra for. Ham says night, Eric's wife. There you go.
Oh my fucking ham!
Perfect. All right, Carlisle gets the last word.
What's going to be the reason I get divorced? Unbelievable.
Maybe. All right, Carlisle, have yourself a good evening. Thank you. Carlisle gets the last word. Good night to him. Good night to you. Good night to the rest of y'all. All right. Next episode 200. I'm going to see between now and next week. I can think of something. We'll see. I promise nothing. We'll see what we can do. More videos coming up on the channel, live stream. There will be a live stream next Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 200 of this bullshit. Here we are. Have a good one. Enjoy your weekend. Catch you later.
Thanks, everybody.